Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 2024 United States National Snooker Championship here live at Embassy Billiards in the San Gabriel, California. It's David Burney in the booth. We've got a great round-robin match to start us off. Defending champion Darren Taylor taking on David Zhao. And I'm joined with Christian Youngers in the booth. Christian, how you doing today?
Doing well, Dave. How are you?
Great to hear, great to hear. Great to be back in this wonderful facility. An exciting tournament. It's day one. This is the first matches. We're going to be here all day long on the PAPSA YouTube channel. You can also tune over to our friend Rob Richards, who will be streaming on the OBSA channel on YouTube. He's got a match there. And as well, if you want more matches without commentary, check out the Embassy Billiards YouTube page. So lots of great snooker action coming for you. We're glad you're tuning in, and wherever you're tuning in from, feel free to shoot us a comment or question. Let us know where you're tuning in from. The live chat is there. Always good to see some important facts come up. And it's Darren Taylor's won the toss. He's elected to break off. It's a best of three. They're short little sprints, so always good to get in early. Can be a little tricky sometimes with these first matches. You just got to find some form, but we'll see how the defending champ does.
Decent break off here. Pretty good, actually. He ended up getting real close to that side pocket, but that ended up being a nice angle to get him behind the green. I'm sure that's not really what he was trying to do, per se, from that route, but he'll take it. Usually you want to get tight to the bulkhead. Oof.
I don't mind that early on. It's the early morning. You know, it's the first match. David, if he's able to get that long red in, really puts a statement mark on the man from Arizona.
If I'm not mistaken, this table does have tighter pockets, if I'm correct. I remember last time at Embassy we discussed that.
Hey, Adam Marr, thanks for tuning in all the way from Richmond, Virginia. These are only U.S. players. Now, some people might go, wait a minute, Darren Taylor, he's been in the booth with us before. He has a little different way of speaking. He's got an English accent. He does originally come from England. His father, David Taylor, was a famous snooker player. But Darren now makes residence in Arizona and has got his U.S. residency. So as long as you have either you're a U.S. citizen or is it a landed immigrant? Correct me if I'm wrong, Christian, on the...
I think it was changed recently to resident, so green card would be a requirement that passes for playing in the U.S. Nationals as of last year, but in Darren Taylor's case, he is a U.S. citizen. But yeah, those are the two requirements, essentially.
Okay.
And we're doing a bit of a collaboration here. We're going to be live on 3 different YouTube channels on this main live broadcast. The Ox Billiards page, the PABSA Pan American Snooker page, as well as the San Gabriel Embassy Billiards Club. So make sure you guys go and give us some love across all of our pages there, trying to grow the sport in many different ways. So it's a good collaboration, good way to do it.
Definitely all the players are using these trusty tablets to keep score. Using the Cloud Snooker app. Obviously, if you want any results, check out cloudsnooker.com. And hopefully, I think the players did get instructed when they're not at the table, they should be keeping score. So hopefully they can do that so we can keep the updated scoring going. Because David has one red and he's on the right side of the blue right now. Good opportunity to strike first.
Yeah, I think they're using the simplified scoring method from what I understand. So it's going to be after the break is ended. We're going to mark the scores. So we just have to keep an ear out for the microphone in the room and see if the player is counting out the score loud enough.
Yeah, it just goes to show us, you know, we all love this sport tremendously, love to pick up a cue and play, but we need great people behind the scenes as well. Christian is phenomenal with making beautiful pictures, making us sound correct. Really appreciate all the work that you do through these tournaments, Christian. But if we can get some scorekeepers, some referees, really would help the professional look that we're trying to achieve over here in the Americas.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that's what it's going to come down to, is trying to get more and more folks behind the scenes. And I think you're right. As long as, I mean, at least for production value, having a referee dedicated for the stream table constantly would be a pretty big win. But obviously, maybe some resources don't allow that, or I'm not sure. But, you know, we're going to just try to do our best job here that we can do, and only try to help improve little steps at a time.
And Darren's just come a little short. Seems like the table hasn't woke up either. Wanted to be a bit more straight on this red on the bottom part of the pack.
It's a big miss, actually. Missed it by at least a couple ball lengths. That tells you how tough that cut was to perceive.
So 14 he has to the good, but hasn't really left an elementary. Oh, 17, my apologies. Hasn't left a easy opener for David. Looks like Darren's got a little thin clip off the red that's in the bowl, or in the pack. Just got to be mindful of that red that's onto the left cushion. Just doesn't want to cannon into that. So there's a great view of all our TV tables there, and that's pretty much our vantage point where we are in the broadcast booth. As you can see, there's a table right in front of us, and our feature table is deep in the background there, just by the old 2023 U.S. National Snooker Championship banner. But all 8 snooker tables in the main room are in action. As well, there's a VIP private room here at Embassy, as you can check out on Embassy's YouTube page, the Embassy Club. Well, here's a chance for David. He's got a red into the left middle. Definitely, if he's able to take this match, it'll give him a world of confidence. And it is a best 3. Sometimes formats have that they play all 3 frames in the match when it comes down to frame differential.
Yep. This is going to make matches go a little bit quicker, hopefully, right? My apologies. David had put a red in. Goes back to say we need those scorekeepers. Yeah, so he's what, on a break of 6 now? I think later in the tournament we will be getting kind of more an advanced scoring mode where we see each ball count go down. But like you said, I think we need the extra bodies. Currently, everyone's still in the tournament. So once folks maybe start getting eliminated after the group stage, we might have ability to more closely keep track of the break. That's a pretty good roll up there. Just past the red to get on black to left corner pocket. It's got a weird angle though. He's going to be he's going to have to come to the top cushion, maybe 2 cushions out. Might even play for the red up to the right middle pocket, just above the pink. So it's kind of a tricky spot because he doesn't have enough angle to stun one cushion up and down to play the cue ball into the middle of the pack. So we're going to see a lot of power in this shot. He's underhit that by quite a margin. This might be a safety instead.
Yeah, that red to the right of the black. Very tricky cut into the right middle. And with a couple reds up into near the bulk area, the safety isn't elementary. Six Guy, thanks for tuning in all the way from coastal South Carolina, maybe somewhere out there near Cape Fear. Cole Jensen mentioning that he's amazed at the amount of snooker tables here, as he thinks there's more in this room than in his entire state. Definitely let us know where you're tuning in from, Cole, what state that might be, and we might be able to help you out.
Someone asking, does Christian have snooker experience? I remember him from Q Masters USA. I'm an April qualifier. Yeah, that's right. He asked him who he was, thinking if he was English by the look of his stroke, and saw him again at Diamond Billiards in the state tourney. Yeah, so I'm actually not English, but I do have snooker experience. Part owner of a billiards club out of Seattle, Washington, called Ox Billiards. And this is Ox Promotions is bringing you the coverage for this live stream. And yeah, we've got 4 snooker tables, and that's where I've learned how to play snooker in the past, and kind of where I developed the stance, even going back to an older club that unfortunately is no longer in Seattle, called Bays. That was the first place I played snooker at. But yeah, I guess you could say I have amateur snooker experience, maybe.
You know, I think we're all amateurs here, because amateur by definition is doing it for the love. So there we are.
Right.
David Burney here, Christian Youngers. Glad that you're all tuning in. And I think we're definitely on the upswing in America, and I think there's definitely a good regrowth in Canada. Strong numbers in Brazil, so snooker's looking great in the Americas. We're definitely in the right direction.
Yeah, and there was actually a foul there. I don't know if you noticed, but Darren didn't pull his cue up quickly enough as the red came back off of the bottom rail here. It just caught the edge of his, or the bottom half of his cue stick, and so they're just on the side there adjusting the score for that. He accidentally gave 4 to himself instead of 4 to David Zhao. Yeah, good to see you in the chat, Adam.
That's our good friend Cole from the state with 10,000 lakes.
Minnesota.
I wonder if Governor Ventura maybe would pick up a snooker cue. Maybe it'd get really popular and go in there, although he's not governor anymore, but definitely a big character for sure. Ex-Navy SEAL, ex-professional wrestler, ex-governor, ex-mayor. So slim advantage, 18 to 17 in this first frame, round robin affair. So I think about 61 players is the total. They had 64, but a few players had to pull out. Unfortunately, some of our friends from the Pacific Northwest, there was a cyclone bomb of some sort, weather condition that really knocked out some power up there. So it forced some players to withdraw in the last minutes. So hopefully they're safe up there. I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing them again next year, or some up and coming tournaments in the USA.
16.
Ooh. Gonna be unlucky here if this red comes over the corner pocket. He was playing that red to run into something up table and just stay over there. But unfortunately, this is the worst case scenario for David Zhao. And
agreed. I think Stevie Wonder could make this red. So simple starter for Mr. Taylor. Let's see what he can make of it. Nice angle on the black to stun up. It's got the red right by the pink into the left middle. I think if memory serves me correct, way back at the Embassy Open in late August, early September of this year, this TV table, those middle pockets were a bit tricky for some of these players. It seemed like they didn't want to accept a lot more balls than they refused.
Yeah, this table specifically, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think this and the one next to it over on the Ontario Snooker stream, table 4, that one I think also has the similar conditions to this table, I believe, in terms of pocket dimensions and tablecloth. I think they both have super fine cloth on them, so they're playing definitely much quicker, especially now that they're kind of broken in since the Embassy Open. I think they were brand new, all the tables back then, at least all the bed cloth. So it's really in Darren's hands here not to leave any of these open reds on. They're kind of all free for the picking. At least 2 more here that I see that are pretty easy. It would be a big mistake to leave these on for David Zhao. So once you get to a certain level, it kind of becomes about the denial of points and then pushing balls away. Just playing very efficient snooker, right? Doesn't need a big break here. Doesn't need to clear up. Really just needs to do his work, get all the easy reds down, lay a tough snooker, and put his opponent in a tough spot.
Yes, as they always say, snooker is a game. Not always what you make, it's what you leave your opponent, and you always want to leave your in a lot of trouble. Darren, I'm pretty sure, is quite familiar with this table, obviously, being last year's champion. This is the table that would host the final. And as well, he was strong performance in the Embassy Open. Got fairly deep, wasn't able to be the champion. Renat Danka took that title a few months ago. He'll be in action later today.
That's right.
I think he might have wanted to have that hold up a little bit. There might be a pathway for the yellow. Blue is on, but it's got a little bit of distance, making it tricky. Yeah, the other 2 bulk colors really tied up. Okay, so there was a path. He was all right. And this red should go by the yellow as well into that green pocket. And the fortunate part is that Darren is tight to that cushion, always making it a little bit more difficult. You're cueing on top of the cue ball. Always a chance of giving unwanted side to it. And your bridge hand is just kind of pushing against the cushion. He's just eyeing a plant potentially with these two reds that are stuck together.
13 score.
This has been a nice little break for the defending champion. Definitely be a great break for sure if he was able to clear up and take the frame here. Darren Taylor with a 43-18 advantage. This first frame, best of 3 round robin match. Might be in store for a little safety battle here. David nicely found the gap back into the bulk area. Once again, Darren having a good long look at that potential plant. Obviously, at the other end of the room from us in the broadcast booth, it's really tricky to tell. I gave it a go. He's all right. David does have, obviously it looks relatively easy on the screen, but definitely when you're down at the table, there's no easy shot in the game of snooker. And just not being glued to the cushion, still a little tight, making it for awkward bridging. And definitely with that red into the right middle, where's the color afterwards, so that's probably why he's going to elect to try and run this one, and it's tough. Just give to Darren a chance. Always good to have options. He's got a couple of reds he can go for. I think he's got a nice angle on this red into the middle, the come up table, into the bulk area. There's those tricky middle pockets. It's got to be so precise. If any fans out there, there's a lot of great literature on the game of snooker. Obviously some self-help books, some biographies and stuff like that. But our good friend up in Canada, the great Cliff Thorburn, said that the zen of archery Zen and the Power of Archery or something like that. It's a great book to read. You can see the philosophical side of the game of snooker can be applied there. So, a short little book, good to read up, but that was a great long read by David. Just got a black on. Let's see if he can crawl back into this first frame. See the angle. Really studying this red thoroughly. So Darren just needs a red and a color to get us to the snooker's required stage. And when we allude to the snooker's required stage is when the opponent is ahead so much in a frame that their opponent needs to lay some snookers to have the chance to win. And in the round robin stage of this tournament, it is a 4 attempts and 3 putbacks on snookers. Obviously, when snookers are required, it cannot be put back as the opponent needs to earn those points. And then when more than 3 snookers are required for a victory, when they're on the colors, it's an automatic concession. I think it's a great teaching aid for some of the newer players to the game of snooker. If you watch the professionals, sometimes they'll just concede when the frame is just so far out of reach that they'll want to move on to the next one. And some of our newer players, as we're trying to instruct in America, aren't aware of that etiquette. A good conversation with the player once when we always talk about the etiquette. Obviously shake the hand of your opponents, don't stand in their eye line. All these things about etiquette, but there's never really anything written about the etiquette. Why don't they, as long as the rules book come out, obviously, to know where all the balls go on their spots and the rules of the game, why do they put an appendix or another section just on etiquette? Well, that's all right for Darren there, as that black has gone rather safe to the right cushion. As Zhao does need a snooker. At least needs a high value. At least get the pink in here. Give him at least a chance to get this initial frame of this match. If he can find his cue ball to get behind that brown, he'll be putting Darren in a world of trouble. See black just off the cushion, not in a bad spot to get behind. So he does have some balls in some interesting positions to get that snooker that he needs. just about got that yellow behind the black. But Darren tight to the ball cushion, so gotta concentrate thoroughly on this. Another great skill to have in this game is patience. You don't want to force the issue, or you'll probably make a mistake and your opponent will capitalize. Sometimes the snooker to lay isn't right there at the beginning, so just play a little back and forth safety, and hopefully soon enough your opponent will falter and give you that opportunity that you'd like. Oh. As I said, it was tricky being tight to the cushion there. So foul of 4 points. It's a tough run out for David, but he's back in the frame. He's got another snooker there. Maybe just a little bit of swerve, but obviously tight and tough when you're close to that cushion. You can see a little coat of paint there. Yes, as the great Yogi Berra once said, it ain't over till it's over. And that's what David's thinking right now. He's definitely in this first frame. This could be a great opportunity for Darren to telling snooker. We gotta trust the table here. He's just gonna gently roll to the yellow. Well played. Amazing, this game. You've got to know when to play offensively, and a flick is a switch. You got to turn on the defensive mind. Tough part in such a prestigious tournament. These players are really able with the cue, so if you are in a snooker, you want to hit your object ball so you don't succumb to penalty points, but also make sure you don't leave it easily on for your opponents, as fortunately David has done. So a 30-point advantage here for Darren. 22 on the table. So David needs 2 snookers, 4-pointed, to force a black ball respot.
Oh no. Oh no. David Zhao, I think, is giving up this one now. That bump's okay. Either way, I think it's going to be end of frame, right?
Yes, I think at that 4 points is put there. 18 on the table. We might be in the more than 3 snookers required, so it might be an automatic concession. But David nods his head there, and he concedes the first frame. So the reigning champion is looking strong in his quest to become champion again here at Embassy Billiards at the 2024 United States National Snooker Championship round robin match. That's the end of frame 1. We'll be back with frame 2 momentarily. And welcome back, everybody. It's frame 2 of this round robin match with the defending champion Darren Taylor taking on David Zhao.
So I took a little bit of a break in this last frame. I didn't quite get to watch all of it as there were some technical issues going on, but how do these two players look so far in the first frame, Dave?
I think they're both looking a little rusty, and that's to be expected. These early morning matches, the first one out of the gate, you got to settle the nerves a little bit. Obviously, David's kind of going against Goliath here.
Right.
As the defending champion. It is true. Darren is definitely a tall drink of water, that's for sure. And with that very Mr. Clean haircut, he's very intimidating wearing the all black. But Darren's a real treat, always a gentleman and a great guy to have a good laugh with in the room. And all these players know when they are on the table, there's no friends. It's all about getting the business done. Got to be serious. So David did have his opportunities. He did need a snooker, and Darren missed a yellow in the previous frame that succumbed those 4 penalty points. So there was a chance, but he just wasn't able to really capitalize on it. It was a tough table for sure to do an easy run out.
Yeah, I think I saw, what was the high break of maybe 15 or so, 17 points?
True.
So like you said, I think early in the day, first match of the tournament on the match table. Things are not going to be as neat necessarily as you would see maybe in the finals.
But this is a good contribution right now that David's putting together. Obviously, sometimes when your back is up against it, that's really when you start to perform.
So it looks like, what, a break of 8 so far? Oh, tough miss. Missed it by quite a margin, too. Just trying to hold there for the black. Maybe with a bit of inside spin or something. That might have guided him offline. And this is going to be a nice opening for Darren. Blue is accessible, it looks like, to the right and middle pocket. It's going to play for the left, though. I think it just held up. Unfortunately, he's not straight enough on this blue really to play for the red closest to it, to the right middle. So he's going to be playing for the red down the left corner. Black next. Just needs to get fairly straight, I think. That looks pretty good. It's got the speed of the table down nicely. That's kind of a good indicator, that type of shot. That's that stun kind of float into space. Not always easy to get that down. And he's just looking at what red to play for next after making this black, because the red at the bottom of the bunch does go to the right corner. It's going to hold a high angle here. This looks good. Nice little stun shot here off one cushion, play to just past where his hand is on the table. Is it to run a bit more? Actually, no, I think he's perfect because he wants to run into the stack here, right? Do you like running into these balls now?
Definitely could flick into them and hopefully just continue his pace to have the black into the opposite corner.
Yeah, he's always had this red up table to play for next. Maybe after a bulk color or a fairly straight blue. But now another red has popped out after that breakout. I think you need to take the green here. Play for blue. Sorry, excuse me, play for the red, then the blue. He's going to go blue. Playing with a high ball, so probably just playing the red next to the black to the left corner pocket next. Float off of one cushion into space. Didn't want that cannon, but it's okay. Yeah, it might be okay.
That's a blind cut. Yeah.
It's going to run into the black, though. Probably going to knock it somewhere to who knows.
Yeah, the angle could come in and burst these cherries wide open. The cluster of them that's just above the black.
Burst the cherries open. That's making me hungry. think run into the black intentionally here. No, he could avoid it. I think he assumed he would have maybe at that pace because he didn't actually get on any bulk color even here. So I think we were on the same page that he thought he would run into the black. He did overcut it? Is that right? Or was it undercut? I don't remember.
Yeah.
Maybe just a bit of a misjudgment there, but a solid break of 20. Now can David Zhao take advantage of the loose reds? Only problem with David is with this setup, he doesn't really have much else left to play for. He's going to have to play for that high blue angle to run into the pack or a low black, which is going to be tough based on where this last open red is. So I think he's going to have to opt for the blue option to break open the cluster. We got all the match tables going. Stephen Wong, I think, is playing on TV table 4. That's being streamed over on the Ontario Snooker Tournament stream. We've got CCU streaming on table 5. That's over on Embassy, San Gabriel Embassy YouTube page, as well as the VIP room in the back. I don't think the scoreboards are set up for those, but we'll do our best to try to get those working in due time.
Yeah, Stephen Wong, owner-operator here at Embassy Billiards and the 2022 U.S. National Snooker Champion.
So David does have a good chance here, actually. He held his cue ball nicely to get fairly straight on this last red, so just needs to roll this in off of one cushion. Try to hope for a high blue, and he's way overrun position there. I almost would have opted to roll it at dead weight just because you're guaranteed that angle that you want. Obviously, shooting it off of one cushion means you kind of can let your stroke out a little bit, and it makes the pot a little bit more confident and higher percentage. But you do have to be a bit more precise with how much topspin you're putting there.
Yeah, and either yellow or green, you're coming off the bulk cushion. You're not coming off the side. It's much more advantageous to come and probably open up some of those reds in the cluster below the pink. So just a little containing safety shot there for David, as he's got a 3-point advantage, leading 23-20 in the second frame. Best of 3 round robin match. It's the first one of the day here at Embassy Billiards in San Gabriel, California, the site of the 2024 U.S. National Snooker Championship.
His length looked pretty good. Almost got tight to the bulk cushion there. Where this red is placed next to the black makes it tough to go off of the right edge of the pack, so I think he's going to have to bump this red instead. But no, he's opting to take the pack. Be careful with the cannon here. He's going to have to hit it fairly full. Just avoids the red nicely. But maybe a bit of a long pot, but I don't think Darren will take it. Just with the red over the left middle pocket, it's not quite worth the reward. Pink is not available, black's not available.
Yeah, always tricky going from one side of the table to the other. Very big tables here, the 6x12s.
So probably another couple of cross double plays here. The red closest to the right corner pocket, along the top, along the long rail. Cross double that next. And then maybe cross double the yellow on opposite side of the table for Darren, I would assume. Worked that out with a lot of running right-hand side. This is the better side of the table to be on too for this safety, because you have the pink where it lies, naturally taking away all of the angles off of the pack on the down the right side. So now Darren has to come off of a red along the left part of the table, and with so many things along this left long rail, makes it tough to get the cue ball back up and safe. Like I said, it's got to run into something.
Yeah, there's the angle there for that red ball just to the right of the black, into the top right corner. Fortunately, it doesn't look like the black will go into the opposite top corner.
No, so not really a break opportunity here for David either. I think I need to use green here and just roll up to it. Dead weight. It's a little bit of a risky shot though. Just to take away the red along the left long rail. All he had to play for was blue there. I don't think he could have played for black. Looks like CC takes down his match over on TV table 5. They got the head nod. He's definitely a favorite to win this tournament. Ended up a semifinalist last year, right? Losing to the eventual champion Darren Taylor in what I would say might have been the best match of the tournament. I'm not sure about you, Dave, but that one was a nail biter. Came down to CC on a last break. They were in a decider. Misses, I think, a pink to the right middle pocket or a red to right lower pocket with like only a couple of reds left. And had he cleared up at least down to the brown, would have won the frame, I think, something like that, with like 1 or 2 reds out in the open. Misses that key red, leaving Darren an option, and then Darren ended up clearing instead, and that was that. I think you guys can go back and watch that over on the stream on the Ox Billiards page, but I'll try to get the match posted. It was an individual match. It was really, really competitive affair.
Yeah, I think I'm remembering Darren and Renat's match actually from last year. That was quite impressive.
The only thing with that, it was only a best of 5.
It was
right.
best of 5, but
sorry, it was a best of 3.
I think it was a little bit longer format because I think Renat went.
Okay, I think you're right. Yeah, best of 5. Yeah, CC's match was the best of 7, and the final was the best of 9.
True, and it might have had the quarterfinals best of 7 because I feel like that Darren went up pretty strongly against Renat.
Right.
3-0.
Right.
And we were kind of shocked because Renat's such a strong player. But then Renat found something and drew us into a decider. So lots of drama in that match. There's going to be a lot of drama all weekend long here.
Yep.
Yeah, there's some strong players here, but a clear runaway favorite to win it.
I'm not sure.
I agree. I'm with you there.
I mean, Renat being Embassy Open champion, Darren was at that tournament. CC was not there, though, however. And Raymond Fung was also not there, I think. So there's some U.S. national players that were not at the Embassy Open, although I think that tournament caliber probably had a little bit higher of an average. Doesn't mean that Renat, that champion, is going to be guaranteed to knock this one down. It's all about who's playing the best on the day of.
Yeah.
No Ramil either this year, right? Sorry.
No. Yeah, that Embassy Open, that was open to all players. So we had some players that came down from Canada. Was there a few Mexican players that jumped across the border and played in that tournament?
I don't remember.
But still, yes, an open tournament where this is just a national championship, as we've alluded to. Got to be a citizen of the USA to play in it.
Still a solid field, though. 61 players, I believe, signed up for this one. So we're going to be going 2 days of groups. I think everything is posted on Cloud Snooker in terms of the groups and the knockout stage, I believe. So check that out if you're interested in following. The live scoring will also be updated there. So
yeah, and maybe in the chat over there, if you see a match that's coming up, maybe just give us a little poke. Vote your concern. We're obviously looking at the matches. We're trying to give you the best match at home to watch, but if I don't think we mind bringing the audience into it, see if they want a match up there.
Yeah, we can. I mean, I think we have a bit of control in terms of what matches are coming up and what we can choose and want to see. Obviously, we want to stream what all the people want to see, essentially. And it is pretty customary to kick off the tournament with the #1 seed on the table especially if they're defending champion.
Mm-hmm.
I think up next on this TV match we might have Omar Balsara, if I was correct, I think.
Oh, the Tiger.
Yeah, he was kind of a sleeper pick in last year's U.S. Nationals. His match against Cece went the distance as well, from what I remember. It was pretty tough matchup. I think it was a quarterfinal matchup, that one, though.
So I guess that blue just hampered that red a little bit to go into the top right corner, because Darren didn't take it on.
I think what Darren needs to do here is essentially just take over with the tactical side of things. He's not quite firing on the cylinders he might be used to, especially on this table, maybe with tighter pockets affecting it or the speed. So just needs to grab this frame with control of the table, essentially, not needing to make the mistakes and leaving his opponent in, because I think David Zhao has made the more errant mistakes out of the two players so far. And I think for David Zhao, he just needs to knock him in when he gets to the table and run away and hide, because there's not much else you can do against Darren. So red has made things tricky. This red now closest to the right corner pocket. Getting the cue ball to the same position is going to be pretty natural off of the left side of this red, but going to leave a cushion first option if David Zhao wants to be offensive. With the green over the pocket too, you almost have a guaranteed look at a color. So it's going to be a key shot, I think, here for Darren.
As well, it makes it for a difficult table. It's always a tricky game with 6 open pockets to put your object ball in, but with that green covering its own pocket, now you're just down to 5 pockets for a red to find home.
Yeah, and this was always the risk here. It was going to be natural to come back to that area of the table, but overrunning it and getting tight to the cushion is going to sell out a shot to this red to the lower right corner. Now it just needs to get out into open space, and it's going to get a couple of points back, David. Or points up, excuse me, if we can knock that red in. Caught it thick. Is this a chance?
Looks like a chance, yeah. I think he can get to the potting angle on that red that's right near the black.
It's so funny, the game of snooker, sometimes how much of a mind game it can be. The mind games you kind of leave your opponent, you kind of dare him to take on a pot that you know that might leave you a pot, and vice versa. But then you miss a pot like that from Darren that surely he would have made every other day of the week had you left it for him. But David Zhao, no good opener, huh?
Yeah, Darren not showing any emotion, but you know he's furious inside. So that was a good opportunity.
This can go. Nice pot there. He's on the black. Great shot from David Zhao.
Just a strange little cluster over there with the red and blue. So as Christian alluded to, you know, David's just gotta play smart snooker here. If he runs out of position, just run and hide. David, who does play out of Embassy Billiards, so he's quite familiar with these tables, but it's just a bit more pressure when you come to a national championship rather than just having a friendly match with a buddy. Our 2022 runner-up Raymond Fung is in a bit of trouble, actually. I think Ernest Bazemer took the first frame and he's leading in the second, so with these short best of 3 round robin matches, upsets can happen at an alarming rate. Ooh. I didn't see it, and I don't think he saw it. Unfortunate in off there, off the black. That's colossal damage as it's 7 points and foul, so Darren has the option there. Obviously, after a foul, he could elect to shoot from anywhere in the D, forwards and backwards, or he can put his opponent in.
Putting his opponent in because it looks like these reds do not plant into the lower right corner, so he's hoping David will open them up for him to leave a shot. Smartly does kick in behind the reds, not leaving anything easy.
Yeah, no touching ball either. We see when a cue ball is touching a red ball, a player can shoot away, as that touching signifies the first contact.
Is he playing behind the blue here? He has done well too. Unlucky to not take away the lower cushion though, because David's gonna probably just play a one rail escape and nudge up against the red there. Would have at least had to make him stretch if he had got cut off that part of the table. This might sell out a cut though. This does go up into the corner pocket past the yellow if he chooses to take it on, and black's there as a reward. Don't know if he'll take it on though.
Yeah, with any red, it seems like right now you don't really have to do a whole lot with it, just because that green is pretty much, well, an earthquake away of falling in. Being down here in Southern California, who knows? We did have some excitement last year in the room, that's for sure.
That's right, a little bit different than earthquakes, but yeah.
Knock on that wooded cushion and hopefully it doesn't happen again.
I don't know if I like this from Darren. I see what he was trying to do there, clip off the right edge and send the cue ball up table, but cannons into that red. Popping out and leaving a shot possibly, or does he get away with it? He might have gotten away with it.
True, this is, I don't think this red goes as close for his cue ball. There's an extremely difficult plant, that's for sure. And they kind of tried for it, but it wasn't able to go, and that blue's got it. Doesn't hit the green, so it's okay. It's come out all right there. A little scrappy here, a little tic-tac. Obviously just 7 points in it. Both players feeling if they gift their opponent an opportunity, they might be sitting for quite a while.
Definitely, with this red and, or sorry, with the black and the green.
There certainly is no worse place to be in the world than sitting in your chair as you watch your opponent accumulate points, and you're pretty much helpless. You can't do anything. This is really peculiar bridging here. He's got to kind of put his hand in the pocket.
He's hitting it high ball though. Is he going for the middle? He went for the middle. In case the miss, you do separate a lot. Leave a tough red at least. And the green is up there for your reward.
Oh, David went for this. Look out for that green.
Yikes. This could be curtains now for David Zhao if Darren maximizes this mistake. Almost overcut that. Yikes.
True. I think his heart was in his throat there.
Yeah. It's one of those shots where you see it come off the edge of the cue right as you strike, and you're like, oh, that doesn't have to go.
And you know what I found with those sometimes? A little tidbit for anyone. For no way a professional player, but keeping your head down for just an extreme amount of time. Just that black had hit the bottom of the pocket, and then Darren moved his head. So always good. You see, more often than not, a lot of these amateur players in this tournament, when they miss, they're popping up like a Pop-Tart too quickly.
He's got perfect on this red as well. Going to be stunning over for the black next. And he's got options depending on the angle. I was going to say he's going to have plenty of options to play for the red up table or the red down here, but drama continues. This frame is not over yet.
I think that's just first match of the day rust.
Right. Darren Taylor of last year in the finals is not making that mistake. I think a safety here behind the black. Stunning directly behind it.
He didn't get the trick.
He's at least cut off the reds, the top right corner pocket area. Kind of was always going to sell out a shot to the red on the left long rail, but now just float up and down with a cross double maybe. The pink's a bit in the way. I don't know if it's actually on the cross double to the right middle pocket, so you might just be playing it with a full element of safety. Yeah, it looked like it was going to go past. So it's not bad. Pink, once again, covering the red. Going into the green pocket.
Even that red that's close to the yellow, there is a path for that red to go into the green pocket, looks like. But if he's to miss, he's going to cannon into the yellow and leave the cue ball up there. Darren looking to cut this into the left middle? No.
Back cut to the corner, wow. As long as the red didn't jaw up in the pocket, it was always going to be down here by the black, so not a bad choice.
Yeah, as he baited him to take this red into the green pocket. It's definitely a long shot. It's got the cover with the green on this red.
Yeah,
into left middle.
Both are covered as well, so let's put Darren in a bit of a spot here. This red, somewhat accessible to the right middle pocket, does cut as long as you leave the cue ball somewhere down here. Oh no, there's an edge. He has an edge of the run closest to the pink. And it's on. Problem with this shot, I don't think he was quite playing for a color in his mind as well as he could have. I think he might have just been playing up and down the table to a general area, but he's gotten pretty good on either brown or blue.
Yeah, good angle on this brown to take it in the yellow. Stun down, possibly for this red by the right middle.
Needs to pass it. Oh, that's just there. Great shot.
Ooh, just missed. And
Undercuts it. Wow.
Ask Bob. Snooker's power couple says hi. Snooker's power couple.
Who's that?
I'm not sure. Ask Bob. I'm asking you, Bob. Who is Snooker's power couple? Thank you for tuning in. Glad that you're enjoying all the great snooker action here. Definitely is nice over the years as we continue to give these great broadcasts and have the chat. It's a real great community. A nice family atmosphere we have on the chat. We appreciate that you've welcomed us into your homes, and hopefully we're taking you away from the mundane routine of the everyday and enjoying some great, exciting snooker action.
It's got an angle on the blue here now to open up the last red. Oh, excuse me. He already made the. I missed the bulk color, so playing safety, and this is a great shot from.
Ah, Bob. Now the mask is revealed.
The Bob.
The Bob.
Yeah, we're missing him out here, aren't we?
Yes, the first lady of snooker is not with us. So we do miss you guys. Hope you're doing all right. It was great to see you back there in Montreal at the Pan Am Championships. And unfortunately, Shirley does not say hello, Bob.
Yeah, he's a previous semi-finalist, I think. Also goes by Dharma. If you guys watched the... Oh, no, came just short. Interesting. You would have thought it played wide, this table. That might have been a free ball as well. I don't know if David Zhao took a look at that.
Sure, I'd have to look back to that. That was pretty quick.
Yeah, the brown, you see how close the brown is to the red? I think it cuts off the left edge of that red because of its proximity to it, like front to back. And it might have left the free ball on the black to play for pink, possibly. So I think David Zhao might need to take a look at this a little bit closer if he gets another chance, but not going to get it there. I think there might have been a bit of a mistake. At least not to take a look at it. He was a little bit quick, like he said, just automatically put it back.
True, so often than not, you really got to analyze after that first miss, just as you alluded to, potentially a free ball. Obviously, we were a little distracted if it was or wasn't, because most times these players, definitely the defending champion, has the ability to make those minor adjustments to get out of the snooker more effectively on the second try.
Right. With such an easy snooker escape, I say easy, but you know, more trivial escape. Those are the ones that you really want to think about what to do next.
Of course it's easy. I don't think we've ever missed a shot in the commentary booth.
You're right. I don't miss from here. Ever. Thanks, Bob. Good to see you in the chat. I'm sure we'll see you more later on as the weekend goes on. 4-day event here at Embassy, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, the semifinals and finals will go on Monday, Championship Monday. But here Friday and Saturday, a onslaught of many, many round-robin matches, these best of three, to see who will produce the 32 knockout phase that will start on Sunday. And that will conclude with the quarterfinal matches, teeing up a exciting championship Monday.
And I'm just gonna go take a quick look and see if any of our players are going to be who are up next on the stream table or in the room, since we do have a good match queued up after this conclusion of this frame, as it's coming down to it now that they're into the colors. So I'll be right back.
Yes, always a good mantra to just get to the colors. Just as long as you're in the frame, if you get to the colors, you've got a chance. Real nice delayed pause in Darren's backswing there. Well, this is a great chance for Darren to achieve the whitewash. No real trouble balls. Obviously, green and blue are not on their spots, but they're not safe.
And we'll see what we have coming up next for TV tables, since I don't think the players are here yet. We're a bit ahead of schedule if Darren does win this frame.
Yeah, David just can't do anything right now. Hoping for just a chance. He might get it.
Is this the chance?
He's gonna have to break out the redwoods, but a slim lead here for Darren Taylor in this second frame.
It's another example there, I think, of he had the choice to sort of shoot the shot a bit more pace, maybe making the shot a bit more accurate. Instead, tries to roll a dead weight to play shape for the blue instead of off of one cushion. And maybe that, you know, just kind of guides the brown offline slightly. You sort of are more subject to the table conditions if there are any. All the equipment coming out on this one.
I know some people might say, well, this game of snooker is just a little slow. Well, you know, this is a fantastic chance for David, and the adrenaline through his veins just must be pumping at a high level. So he just wants to take just that much time just to settle all his nerves, know that this frame is here for his taking, to force a decider.
No, David.
The pressure.
I think that's going to be curtains.
I think so too. You can't give the defending champ too many chances.
That was really his chance to punish him on that frame and come back 9 points, and now turn it to 13. And with this blue, snooker's required will be the case, although he has overran it. So this is not automatic for the blue to go in. He has missed a couple of slow rolling safeties, although this one you want to shoot at not at dead weight. Good pot there.
Yeah, there's two mines there, obviously. You know, put it in nice and delicately, give the pocket all the chance to swallow it up, or, you know, hit it with pace, makes the pot a lot more difficult, but you get prime shape on the pink. So
yeah, that was the right shot to shoot for him, I think, in that scenario. In or over for the pink.
True, because as you alluded to, Christian, that was his frame ball with the blue, so no point in being characteristic. I was just trying to play the devil's advocate there for Darren. So David Zhao just taking a look at the scoreboard.
18, huh?
So just one snooker. Black is... It's there. It's not in a really fantastic spot, but still enough so that he can get behind it.
Yeah, plenty of space. It's just about speed control here. Pushing it one rail, coming in behind the black. So they're going to sell out the... I liked actually the other way, where you shoot that with more pace and maybe double it towards the left middle pocket and play maybe two cushions with your cue ball instead. But obviously the angle not necessarily that was there. In or over. And
that
that's
does it.
Yep.
So handshakes there. So Darren Taylor, the defending United States National Snooker Champion, has won this match 2-0. We're going to step aside for a few short moments while we tee up our next TV table match. We're glad that you're tuning in. But a little Christmas present for you all come, I think, about December 22nd.
Is that right?
One of the women's world champion, a great ambassador of the sport. There she is, Mink Nucharat, coming to do an exhibition here at Embassy. And then she'll be flying up to Canada, to Toronto, to do the great exhibition at Master Q. Carter Wiegau, the reigning Canadian national champion, has a great group room up there. They'll welcome this young, beautiful, wonderful player from Thailand, Mink. And there we have it.
Should be fun.
So here we are. We're going to step aside. It's time to get that morning coffee. And we'll see you in a few short moments back here at Embassy Billiards. Take care, everybody. And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 U.S. National Snooker Championship. It's David Burney and Christian Youngers in the booth. We've got a nice, exciting round-robin match coming at you here. Omar the Tiger Balsara is taking on his fellow group competitor. It's a tricky one. Amir is which we were going to be calling him. But
Amir Hassam Samadajie. I'm going to go with that.
that sounded pretty good there, Christian.
Let's see.
You did a better job than I did, but yeah.
We'll go with Amir, though.
Amir and Omar set to do battle here. Handshakes are there. Omar's won the toss, and he's going to break off in this best-of-3 match. Omar definitely knows his way around. He was there for the opening of Bays back in 2020 in Seattle, Washington, and now has kind of moved away from America. It still holds his citizenship, and sometimes is always in the loop of these great snooker events. So if he can make it with work, he'll definitely travel over, and we're always happy to see him. It's been a few years since I've seen Omar. Anyways, a great ambassador of the game.
Well, he was here last year for U.S. Nationals. Remember?
That's right. Yes,
Yeah,
he was. My apologies.
He was, I think, quarterfinalist. He got eliminated, I think, by CCU, who ended up going on to the semifinals. That was also a really good match, I think. I remember watching it in the room. I don't know if we had it on the stream. I think we did. But I think that ended with a big fist bump, if I remember correctly, on the table. So Omar definitely someone to look out for in this tournament. He is a seeded player for a reason.
Yeah, definitely when you get to the knockout phase, all the matches are really exciting and mean a lot. Not to discredit these round robin, obviously, you know, a lot of favorites can start reeling if they get behind early. Always a little difficult as well with these short matches, these best-of-3. Really, the strong players really can't let their backhand go and put high breaks up there. So we'll see. Not sure what the high break of the tournament is so far, but we're just in the infancy of this tournament. Day 1. This is our second batch of matches.
Yeah, I haven't heard yet of any super high breaks from people, but I'm sure this will... If something over 50 gets knocked in, I'm sure we would hear about it pretty quickly. Usually also in the room, as you start to see the high break developing, folks kind of start to pause and just observe if they're on adjacent tables, just to give them full respect and ability to focus. Good safety play here, both players. Not wanting to give anything up. Omar's done well there to take away the left side of all of these reds. He's going to have to kick along the right side of the table here. I think you have to take this red closest to the right corner, as taking the closer one to the cue ball might lead too close to the pocket. We'll see. It's a riskier shot. Yep, and that's going to sell out, I think. Something. Yeah, I think he can get to the red. It's close. I actually don't know.
Yeah, black's tied up. Is there a pathway through those reds for the angle for that red that's to the left top corner? Pink is open to 3 pockets. So Amir didn't hand gift an opportunity there to Omar.
I think you're looking to play for that same side of the table if you can get just to the right of the brown, yellow, and green.
Hello, Bernier. My fellow Bernier is in the booth. A good friend, Jocelyn Bernier, did wonderful work at the Pan Am Championships. He was the silent help.
Nice.
Always in before everyone got into the room, cleaning, brushing, ironing the tables, giving the players top-notch conditions. So
I think that always makes a huge difference, especially for folks coming to town who don't know the area well, right?
Mm-hmm.
And once again, he hasn't left a direct look at this red, but easy plant is going to be on here. Just gotta pretend to make the red that you're shooting, essentially. Struck in with authority. Nicely done. It's got brown to come up either down the left side of the table, one cushion, or kind of zigzag across and flirt with the blue a little bit more, but it just depends which red's going to be on next. I think it's a tight window down this left side to get on the red closest to the right corner. So he's going to come, oh, just decided to screw it. Nice shot. Did not see that one coming. And he's got a good angle. Well, he's running into the red just below this, so probably just screw back here for pink. Good confidence stroke from Omar. Looks like he's fairly comfortable.
Love to open up that black, but obviously second place with the pink isn't that bad.
Oh no. Oh, he might have the red to this right corner pocket, but it looks tight. I think this might be a mistake.
Yeah, just looking at his body language after that shot, it just looks like he kind of looked up to the heavens a little bit.
Yeah. It was easily avoidable, just with a bit more pace. He might have it, or he's going to swerve a tiny bit. And lost his cue ball once again.
Just a bit too much. Just was trying to play for that pink.
I think we're kicking at this ball now.
I think he snookered on any colored ball, actually.
Yeah, so kicking maybe for the green. Doesn't want to leave the cue ball down here is the only thing, especially if he were to foul. Excuse me, I mean, even if he fouls up table, worst case is going to leave a shot. Well, he's looking here, I guess, just play for the black if it doesn't sell out a shot. This plant not quite that friendly, maybe?
Kind of clever there, actually. This red might be on, but the other red might just clip the potting angle, I think. Yeah, so that spoils that. But just the amount of pace that he hit that black, it spoiled both the black and the pink for Amir if he wanted to.
This is a back cut on, though. Back cut on this loose red to the right corner. It's going to send his cue ball up towards the left yellow pocket. Off of one cushion, so probably just going to play kind of a two-way if he misses it. No, it looked pretty much more straight on than I thought, so nicely controlled. And a couple of loose reds to the left corner are going to be a little bit tricky to get on. I think I'd like to be steep on them, kind of where the blue is, just so that you can naturally run into the black and pink and hopefully develop something there. If you're going more aggressive. Otherwise, I don't know what conservative points you can really make with the blue that easily. You have to get pretty straight. Yikes.
But you can't do that.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to float with a bit more topspin into the cushion and get closer to the blue to get that steep angle on one of the reds. Because where his cue ball was guiding towards, he was only going to have a back cut on those two reds left of the black, or up northwest of the black slightly. Yeah, those two are kind of hard just because of the cluster that's right next to it. You don't have a way to get on them fairly straight. Just gonna open up the bunch here. This is a bit more of an aggressive safety since he is pushing balls more out in the open, but does it backfire? We'll see if Amir capitalizes. There's one long pot, kind of mid-range pot, right?
Yeah, and he could hold it there to be high on the black.
He might have two, actually. He might have the red closest to the cue ball as well. I think it passes. Yeah, it looks like that's what he's lining up for. Just play for a bulk color here. Kind of a shot to nothing. Oh no, he shot the first option. And
So Omar got away with that poor safety.
yeah. going to be about what you leave as opposed to what you make for most of these players, I think.
Just seeing if you can get by that red that's close to the cue ball to get the right angle. Not red that's close to the pink. Because obviously the other red, those two by the pink, the bottom one closer to the top cushion does go. The only problem is, where's your color after that? So a little bit of housekeeping here that Omar is doing. They are wonderful facilities here at Embassy Billiards in San Gabriel. If you're in the Southern California area or within driving distance, it's only day one, so you have plenty of time to drive down and check out the finals on Monday. Admission is free to this lovely event. So come join us. Come say hello.
You missed that on the less preferable side, but gets a nudge on the yellow to run the cue ball safe. I think it's probably the right shot. Those back cuts into the middle pocket, though, are always kind of risky just because of how you can miss them by overcutting. Someone in the chat saying hello USA. Tomorrow we'll be watching the UK Championship. Very good. Yeah, UK Championship's happening this weekend, I believe, right? They just had Judgment Day a couple days ago, from what I understand. There were some barn burner matches that I saw. I think Zhao Xingtong coming back on the tour, qualifying for it. Bai Lu against Jack Lazowski was a pretty good one. That was a much anticipated match. Bai Lu almost making qualification to her first UK championship would have been sweet.
Yes, the reigning women's world champion. It's good to see. Yeah, always a great championship, that UK championship out there in York. It starts tomorrow, but hey, you can double dip. You can watch snooker in the US and snooker in the UK.
Right, and then we're going to be on different schedules too, right? We're going to be running later over here, so for those folks watching the UK, just jump on over to our stream as well. We're live on a few different channels for this main broadcast on the Pan American Billiards, on the Embassy Billiards Club, and the Ox Billiards as well, Ox Promotions. But I think there's a few other streams happening. San Gabriel Embassy has a few side tables with no commentary or scoreboard live, as well as I think our friend from Ontario, over on Ontario Snooker Tournaments, is streaming the second match table. Another opening for Omar.
Yeah, San is just asking about they only play 3 frames. Yes, in the round robin stages, it is only best of 3 matches. Then when we get to the knockout phase, they turn into best of 5s, leading up to definitely the finals is a best of 9. The semis are a best of 7. I think the quarterfinals might be a best of 7 as well.
Oh, so many best ofs.
Well, we're going to find out who the best of the best is in America in a few days' time.
I teed that one up for you. Jeez. Oh, my gosh.
Well, I brought out my driver and just hit it into the fairway.
All right. All right. Omar, a little friendly nudge in the blue and got available for the red there to left middle pocket. Would have been disaster if he hadn't, but now he's on one here. It's going to be, I think he's in double-digit break territory now with that black somewhere around.
It's probably going to go into the pink spot, as the pink is on the black spot, as that happens when the ball is covering the spot for the color. If it's not available, it goes to the highest point value available. So in this case, the black goes to the pink. And all the players are from America, and these tables are in pretty top-notch condition.
I believe the one that we're on right now has pro cut pockets, I think, or it's closer to professional cut pockets. And has super fine cloth on it. Don't know if it's quite as tight, but I think it is. The 2 main match tables basically are more similar, but I think the rest of the tables are more what we'll call a club table type in terms of pocket opening, and I believe they'll have 6811 cloth as well.
Yeah, and our good friend Simon Barker, great table mechanic, was over here I think about a year's time ago, just putting together these tables and reclothing them so there's a nice view of the whole facilities here at Embassy. Yes, unfortunately we don't have refs. They're self-reffing right now in the round robin stage. So that's a shout out to all you people in America that love snooker. You know, sometimes we have to hang up our cue for the better of the game. Although my colleague in the booth, Mr. Christian Youngers, will be dusting off his cue pretty soon and getting into the tournament.
Yeah, a few hours to go still, don't worry.
And unfortunately, that lovely woman yesterday didn't take my marriage, so I'm not an American citizen. I'm fully Canadian, so I can't play.
Uh-oh. You definitely would have played otherwise, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Only if she would have said yes.
Dang. Missed out on one there. Well, another miss from, or another easy safety. Missed by Amir, going to leave Omar in amongst the balls.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity for the Tiger.
Thick into that pocket there. Maybe he was trying to avoid the cannon onto the two reds.
Okay. Amir now has just settled his nerves. There's a good chance here. He can crawl back. It's not down.
Just take down the open reds, really. Take down open reds with high value colors. That's all you gotta focus on. Just play efficient points, essentially. He's kind of in a weird spot here. Back cutting the black a little bit into the middle pocket, not going to lead to the open red. Might opt to take the pink as a result, and this is a bit of a blind cut. Nice shot. Now he's back in line and has an angle to come up for blue if he chooses.
Potentially.
Don't know if he can hold it and screw back to play for black to the lower left corner. It's going to be a tougher shot. I think I like just taking the high value blue and then playing a safety. Because I think he is the underdog in this one, and just a bit of indecision there, I think, leading to the miss. Kind of got up and down a couple times, but didn't quite look settled. Feathered maybe once, twice, and shot it a little quick.
Yeah, the game's so tricky, you know. There's always two parts to every shot. You know, he wants to get that red and wants to get shape on his next color, and maybe had a hint of thinking too far ahead sometimes, and that can be disastrous for a snooker player. Unfortunately, this red might be tight to the cushion. So in that sense, hit object ball and cushion at the exact same time with your cue ball. And
yeah, I'd like shooting at that pace a little bit. Maybe a tad slower, but at that pace, you tend to be your most accurate with the pot. And like we said, these aren't pro tables, I don't think. So that ball does have a chance to roll into the pocket, even if it just catches the cushion on the way in. Although it is pretty tight.
I agree. If you kind of gently put that shot in, there's always the chance that if he misses, it rattles in the jaws and just sits there. So
right.
Good observation there, Christian.
Yeah, that's kind of an added benefit to it, I guess, right?
Yeah, give it some pace. So if it does rattle, it's going to shoot it out and, you know, not leave your opponent with a relatively easy starter. But Omar in control here this first frame, best of three, leading 43-9.
I think since this group knockout stage, we're going to have early match terminations based on, I think, 3 snookers required or more.
Yes, if they get to the colors
it's
and
a forced concession?
More than 3 snookers are required, it is a forced concession.
Got it. And that's just to help the tournament kind of run smoother, right?
I think run smoother, and also for some of the newer players, because not everybody is familiar with the game of snooker. in America. It doesn't have the deeper roots like their friends to the north in Canada.
Yeah.
Just that educational, hey, there is a time when, not all the balls have to go down to finish a frame. The frame could be so far out of reach that you can wave the white flag and live to play another day. Because I would feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, Christian, that most Americans get into pool, the 8-ball, the 9-ball kind of game.
Yeah.
And they might just see in the back corner of a pool room that there's this big table with balls that don't have a number on it. But what's that all about?
A lot of people play golf on the snooker table.
That's true as well.
Yeah. That's the main thing I've heard from most pool players. But a lot of folks in this tournament I would probably consider expats, right?
Yeah, expats or overseas. A lot of East Indian players, Chinese players. It's definitely popular over there, as we all know. In 1875, Commander Neville Chamberlain from Britain, not that other Neville Chamberlain, invented this great game of snooker.
But yeah, all citizens or residents of the USA. So this tournament, I believe, kind of does boil up. Some prize money would be in effect to help travel for the Pan American, from what I understood in the past years. I remember that was the case where the winner chooses to go and play in the Pan American Championships. An extra amount of funding would go toward that. Nice here from Amir to get some points on the board, though. Doesn't really have to clear up, but obviously that is the intention. Reds are in the open. Ooh, nudges the red open, and it's going to change the path of the cue ball and get him tight to this cushion.
Yeah, everything was looking great, and just unfortunate the ending result was against that cushion because the black is open, the red has been developed.
He's going to have to take the blue bailout shot. He would have liked to be on black-red here, but might take blue just for the points' sake. It's going to come down to his personal preference in terms of how confident he is on making the black and getting on this last red, which is a really tough shot, I think. And this at least doesn't... Oh no, does the blue spot in the way? I was going to say it doesn't snooker him, but there's an edge.
Yeah, just going back to that, perhaps a note that these players will be happy that they don't need a passport for playing in the Pan Am Championship next year, as it's scheduled to be held somewhere in Northern California.
Oh, is that right?
So always tune over to papsa.org, that's papsa.org, to check out any updates, what's going on, and also snookerusa.com. Find out any updates of what's going on in this great game in the US of A. As I feel the conclusion of the tour has happened. There was a 10-city tour this year.
Yeah. I think I had that graphic somewhere. Maybe I can pull it up, but don't know if there have been any points qualification. Obviously, I think USSA is trying to establish some semblance of a tour coming up here. I think 2024 will be a bit more organized as well in terms of ranking points for each event, maybe, and some more guidance for, room owners and tournament directors to know what's going on. Yikes. Very, very close to hitting that yellow, and wow, had that dropped, that might have been the frame, but we're going to get a respot here.
Yeah. Amir caught a break there. That in-off would have been really detrimental to him.
He got pretty close last time, so I imagine he's a favorite to hit it now, as it probably just requires a minor adjustment. Yeah, hits a full ball and doesn't even easy shot. Yeah, nothing offensive here, I don't think.
Yeah, that's a thinner shot than my waistline. Have to have supersonic eyes there for Omar.
Aslan asking, what's the prize money for the tournament? I'm not sure, actually. I'm going to have to go ask about that to get the formal update. I will update you when I find out, though.
True, there might be some updates on snookerusa.com. Our good friend, tournament director Alan Morris, always good at writing some fantastic articles up there. So potentially maybe he has posted something up there. If not, Amir. If not, our good friend Christian will get on his detective shoes.
Yeah, I think Ajay is here. He can help us answer that question. Don't know if he's playing in a match yet or not, but we'll hunt him down and get the answer.
Yeah, it's interesting kind of schedule have they put together for this tournament. It seems like a lot of people in the early groups, like the top levels like Group A, B, and C, and D, are probably playing majority of their matches today, almost even their entirety, and then the bottom section of the groups will play a lot more tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what's happening is he's kind of putting more and more of the matches closer so that players at least play more back-to-back as opposed to playing a match waiting for 8 to 10 hours and playing a match later in the evening or maybe even tomorrow. So I think it's a decent idea. Nice double there from Omar, and definitely helps as a player, I guess, to have that sort of schedule, because then if you're playing all day today, you don't have anything to play tomorrow, you can sort of take a big break and
go to Disneyland.
Yeah, go to Disneyland, go check out the sights, and then come back maybe in the evening to get some practice. Another dynamite double from Omar Balsara. Nice shot.
Yeah, when
oh, and the pump on the blue. Wow.
When snookers are required, it's amazing how bigger those pockets get.
I'll take a quick replay of that double. Dynamite. And the bump on the blue at the end was just absolutely perfect. Boink. There it is.
So Omar Balsara looking to take this first frame over Amir Assam Samadagi.
Something like that. We can ask him how to pronounce it.
It's the first time I've met the gentleman. He had his chances, but I think he's going to know that Omar is a strong player. So we'll step aside for a few short moments and come back with frame 2. Can Amir push us into decider, or will Omar take the whitewash victory? And welcome back to the second frame of round robin match with Omar Balsara taking on Amir Assam Samadagi. Hopefully Amir can channel the A-team and get out of trouble here and push us into a decider.
This is a pretty good break off here.
Amir did have a few chances, I think, in that first frame, but it was Omar that really capitalized on Amir's mistakes.
Right. The safety, though, does it leave an edge of the red just above the black spot? I think that might be something to think about, but everything else is taken away other than the loose red above the black and the one along the right long rail. And that's a double kiss waiting to happen if he tries to double the red tight to the right long rail. So this is a big spot. And with the red closest to the left corner pocket, can't really take on a dump shot, I don't think, as it's a bit too risky to leave an open black. So really tricky spot here. If he chooses to dump and maybe cut the red past the black into the right corner and hold the cue ball below the leftmost red, could be the shot. And what a shot. Yeah, I think that was actually the right call, just forced into taking it on. Since that is the way to escape it.
They don't call him the Tiger for nothing.
Yeah, play defense with offense, right?
He slowly prowls around the table and then attacks with furious assault, but doesn't make that black.
Felt a little bit quick on the routine there, too. Don't know if he was just not comfortable quite. Bridging was a little bit awkward, but...
Yeah, putting in such a nice long red, he might have had adrenaline just pumping through his veins, just needed to maybe take another lap around the table.
Yeah, sometimes I even like to go and walk and take a drink of water and then come back. And then my opponent looks at me like, wait, did you miss? I'm like, no, I'm just resetting.
There is no shot clock in snooker just yet, but who knows that it might come in the future. It's definitely up for debate. I think they did a decent job over on the pro ranks. A few years ago, they introduced that they're not going to be penalizing players really that are slow. They're just going to be monitoring shot times of certain players and maybe make a suggestion. It's like, you know, you have a red right over the corner pocket and you're taking 2 minutes to take the shots.
Lovely shot. Unfortunate nudge at the end there, but really nice to open up the reds off of a one cushion black.
This is tricky, but he's got a good angle to get onto the black after this red.
He's taking it. He's nicely on it. You can choose here now to run into some more reds or just play up for open space. There is a gap to play for if he chooses to avoid the contact. He did so nicely. Although leaving a red on from that line would have been tough in most cases. So maybe a back cut here to left corner pocket, or just play for bulk color and a bit more conservative, take the red onto the rightmost edge of the pack. Something in the middle goes. The one at the bottom of the cluster. Great shot. Oh, wow. Almost a great shot. Yeah, Almoore just seems like he's, like you said, Tiger, ready to come out of the cage. Just needs a few good openers to kind of let loose and open this frame wide open.
Yeah, it was really nice to see. He was getting going. The car was coming out of the garage. It's just a feast for our eyes. It's almost makes our job a lot easier when a player is just rolling and potting balls.
Ouch.
But actually, to that note on slow play, you actually can get penalized for slow play. We don't have any referees, so it's tough to obviously judge right now. Obviously, in the knockout later stages, we'll hopefully be getting referees on the table. Our good friend Dave Daly does a wonderful job of refereeing. And it's not a 4-point foul for slow play. It's an actual frame.
Oh, really?
And I believe it does come with a warning, though. Like if you know,
yeah, I imagine.
I think the referee can say, if you're going to continue playing at this pace, I will have to give the frame to your opponent.
Yeah, slow play is always an interesting one to deal with because the intentionality of it is always a bit ambiguous, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there is a point, I think, where it becomes so egregious and so obvious that you do have to take action. But pretty rare are those cases, I find, where action actually has to be taken, or is taken, actually.
Yeah, it's such a judgment call. What is slow for some people could be fast for others.
Right.
Obviously, everyone knows the famous 5-minute, 12-point break by Peter Ebdon. That might be the classic example of really slow play.
Well, versus Ronnie's, left-handed shooting and super fast play, kind of to throw him off, right?
And Ronnie O'Sullivan, who did have a maximum in 5 minutes and 20 seconds, which is just out of this world.
That's the one that that's almost the only one you can point to that is pretty egregiously intentional, right, from the opponent.
Mm-hmm. For all our new fans out there, when we talk about maximum, that is when you're at the table, you're potting all 15 reds with blacks and then running the colors for making a total of 147 points.
Ooh, overcut. It's going to sell out something to the corner. Yep.
That's not what you want to do for Omar.
Mike Garrett saying, happy snooker, how's it going? He's a room owner over in a mid-Washington area, south of Seattle. In the pocket snooker club.
Was that Carl or is...
I believe that's Carl. Isn't Bike Garrett Carl? Pretty sure.
It's always tough with these people with their usernames.
Yeah, people mismatch the username. I'm not sure. Let us know. Bike Garrett. Are you Carl? I think you are. If I'm not, I'm sorry. I'm mistaken. So he tried to play for a window there. Interesting. I thought he would have just screwed back again. This red doesn't go. So a bit of a positional mistake from Omar. Even if he would have been elevated over the blue there, just using the spider would have been fairly routine, I think. He's close. He's looking at it. It's hard to tell.
Yeah. Doesn't look like it from just I'm looking all the way on the other side of the table, so.
I got there a little too late, but looks tight. Oh, you are? Okay, you're Mike. Got it. Carl owns the club. Carl's not the one we've seen, but Mike, you're a regular then over at In the Pocket, huh? I remember you talking about it at some point, I'm pretty sure. That's maybe why I put the connection, but Mike Garrett's always the one who has interesting ways of smashing the like button and subscribing to our streams. He always likes to tell us about how he puts a bunch of English as he hits the up arrow on the YouTube stream, etc. But if you guys are liking the tournament, show us some love. We're live on Ox Promotions, Pan American Snooker Tournament, as well as San Gabriel Snooker Club. So 3 different YouTube channels. Go give us some love. A little bit of a collaboration going on just to help grow the sport here in America. I think next year hopefully we'll have the USSA channel running, so we can do it live on the USSA channel as well. Or instead, so yeah, it should be.
Yeah, so it would be nice if we can give just a little bit of dollars to some people helping out behind the scenes, maybe encourage some people to become refs and scorekeepers. I do tournaments back in Vancouver, Canada. I always tell people, you want to be a scorekeeper? That's great, because you know what? You're going to get the best seat in the house. If you're obstructed, you got to tell me, because we got to clear the path for you. You got a job to do, and it's very important.
Yeah.
I've heard that, Blaine. I've heard Blaine's alluding to the tables are disappearing in New York City. Actually talked to Mark McIntyre out of Cooperstown at the Pan Am Championship, and he was telling me that there's a table that he's aware of that is a 2-hour drive away from him. It's
really?
a 1-drink minimum, and it's $60 an hour.
What?
And you might be waiting because it's only one table.
Oh no.
But
that's rough.
A snooker miracle happened at the Pan Am Games or the Pan Am Championships, I should say. Pan Am Games are a different sport altogether. Yeah. Mark got to meet Alfred Tinger. I'm surprised I haven't seen Al here. He's usually at every snooker tournament, but he also lives in Cooperstown.
Oh.
And he has a table at his house.
In upstate New York.
Wow. So Mark and Al have become friends.
Perfect. It's still obviously a 1 drink minimum, but that's probably a different way to go about things, I imagine.
Knowing Al, it's a 1 bottle minimum that you have to bring over. So...
Good stuff. Uh-oh. Hold the cue. Oh, did well. Nice shot. So Amir with that miss into the right middle pocket. Not something you would have expected, but it draws the pockets and flukes in the opposite middle, leaving a couple of shots here. So now he's on a break. This will be, what, 12?
He had 2 blues, as he's got 2 blues. Your arithmetic is correct.
I think so. I don't remember actually what the first color was, but I think they're using the little bit simplified version of scoring, so we'll see the break at the end update on your scoreboard there. As we get later on in the tournament and we get a dedicated scorekeeper or referee, we will have a bit more of an advanced view on the scoring. You should have the break as it develops with the ball counts underneath the names, what most people are used to seeing, you know, sort of on the Pro Tour, etc. He's a bit loose with his cue ball position here. Don't know how much I like that shot. Obviously, you wanted to avoid that, but wasn't really intentional about playing on a color, maybe, it seemed. Monk over on YouTube saying Scottish snooker fan here. Excited to see American snooker is growing. Yeah, we're trying to grow the sport as we can. It also helps us a ton when you help us improve our subscriber base and viewership. So drop us a like and a subscription over on YouTube. As we said, we got 3 channels going: Embassy Billiards Club, also Pan American Snooker Association, as well as Ox Billiards under Ox Promotions.
Yep, Scotland's known to produce a few snooker players in the past.
Only a few, huh?
Actually, before the great Stephen Hendry from Scotland came on, Scotland wasn't as stronghold as we now know that they are today.
Okay.
It usually takes the one. Yeah, Hendry probably kicked the door open, just like up in Canada, Cliff Thorburn. I wonder, it's unfortunate that obviously the talent pool right now is so deep. Ahmad Ali from America is over there.
That's right, yeah.
It would be nice if, I don't know, how many ESPN channels do they have in America over here now?
I don't know. Probably 4 or 5, something like that. You have ESPN blank. You just fill in the blank, basically.
How about ESPN Snooker? And because that's what's going to inspire, and we're happy that the technology is caught up now with the internet and having these streams and all this stuff. Now youngsters can now find out what this game of snooker is about and get inspired and maybe nag mom or dad and say, hey, I want to try this out.
That one didn't have the pace, but the line was so much better. He missed the second miss almost identically to the first.
I think that was his 3rd attempt, correct?
Yeah,
he might have one more.
It is 3 putbacks, 4 attempts.
I think that's what Samir's thinking about right now.
I think I do put him back because in this case, this is not an easy shot to cut in, but you're almost always going to get an attempt on the red, top left corner pocket, past the yellow, and well, Does he get coverage? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, Omar came down really quick.
So I don't know if he just didn't realize that he could put him in again or just decided not to, but not going to get punished, Amir, for that miss. It's going to get an opening. Blue and black are fairly available.
Nice work to develop that red, bring it out into the open. Got a black into the right corner, or right middle, I should say. The natural angle, I think, will take him for this red that's below the black, but opting for the blue instead.
Yeah, he's going 2 cushions here with topspin. Or just trying to make the ball, really, I think is maybe the stage that we're at with Amir just trying to catch up in points to Omar. It's obviously a bit more of a grind style to play, and not typically a way of playing that you see players running away with games much, but just making points and not really focusing too much on position and getting your leave and running away. I think that can still be efficient along the points score, maybe just not in the high break category.
Well, he's left another long red for the left-hander.
So I think a bit of a grind this frame is turning into here on the last few reds. Stuff's getting pushed safe. Not too many places to play snookers in behind. I wonder how much blue and yellow are going to come into play later, because it's probably a nice little pocket on the table to try to snooker with. This is a 3 cushion middle attempt. Probably just play a high ball and roll the cue ball down to the top cushion. It's got a chance. It looks close, and he knocks it in. I would have played that intentionally and not even hand waved, because that's a pretty natural shot, in my opinion.
I agree. Yeah, you're always taking that shot on. There's the element of safe there. If it goes in, it's, you know, a happy accident. It's kind of like a shot to nothing. So
Right.
but a decent hand wave is that is the gesture at times when you put in a fluked shot. Although the great Cliff Wilson would laugh at your face
Oh, really? Instead?
if he had a fluke on you
Yeah.
instead of raising the hand. So
I feel like just doing nothing is probably my preference, because you know it's built into the game, the flukes. And when people get overly dramatic about this or that, I maybe understand it more when it comes to the professional stage, because those matches can be decided by a fluke like that nature. But I feel like typically when you're talking about a fluke in a match at the amateur level, it's not necessarily gonna be the deciding factor, unless it's one of those sort of, you know, fluked snookers or flukers where you get in behind something and end up accruing a ton of points off of tough escapes.
yeah, or you're just, you know, hitting and hoping, like just hitting a ball and flying around the table, and then it just flukes in.
Yeah.
So slim advantage here for Omar Balsara, leading by 5 points, 36-31 in the second frame. He's taken the first frame, wants to take the second frame to get his first match victory on the board.
Almost held it behind the brown. So shot to nothing, I think, right? You back cut this to the right corner pocket if you're Amir.
Nice shot.
Yeah, very nice. Now he's got options here. He can try to snooker here on the last red, as I don't think there's an obvious color that'll take him down table to play position on it. You can take the yellow, but it's only 2 points. I don't know how worth it is. With the brown and black being so close together, there might be a way to thin off the edge of the brown and roll in behind black, or double it away and stun in behind black. There's also option to do it with the blue and pink. It's got a lot of choices here. I wonder what he's going to do. Yeah, just trying to go in behind black nicely. It seemed to me the easiest choice. And the fact that he's taking the one cushion escape down the left side of the table, you know, going long rail first, it's made this a much tougher escape for Omar, and something that Amir has already gotten a lot of points from is these snookers. He's still in this frame.
Yeah, is he going to try going off the two horns? The bottom horn and then the right horn on this top right corner pocket. They'll shoot the cue ball to the left, hopefully hitting the red. Surprised he kind of hasn't come around. Maybe the two cushion, potentially escape, coming off bulk, and then the left cushion. He's taking a look. Sometimes there's a philosophy. I just don't know if the green gets in the way. Let's see how he does with this attempt. He's unsuccessful there. Sometimes there's always the philosophy as well of when you have your cue ball and your object ball and you're in a snooker, find the middle spot in between and put your cue shooting towards the corner pocket. In this case, it would be the yellow pocket. And on that trajectory, bring your cue in line with that and strike your cue ball that way. And hopefully it would come off two cushions. Maybe just put a trace of left side to help it out a bit. The green must be in the way. Well, he's giving it an attempt now. I think this is a much better effort than going off the two horns in that corner pocket. Attempt number 2. Oh, he's just going one with some side. Oh, ooh. Amir appreciating the attempt there with a tap on the table. Just a little minor adjustment. Obviously, in these tournaments, players can put a coin down to mark the ball or a little piece of chalk. Just to mark, so get great placement back. This is too wide. Well, it is 4 attempts and 3 putbacks. I believe he only got put back twice. Can't remember if Amir was in the championship last year. I think the rules haven't changed too much from last year. It's good to keep it consistent. I don't know if you put him back here. Might have been able to run into that red and just get behind the pink. Just giving Omar a chance to just make the adjustments. So if Amir was to play from there and put Omar in another snooker, just really would start getting his head spinning. Two cushion escape there. Don't think that pink has blocked the path, so this is a great chance for Amir. He's got a trace of an angle to stun up for the yellow after this pink. Oh boy. Was a frame winning opportunity there. So just 19 points in it and 27 on the table. Omar struggling just a little bit. Wow. So another chance here for Amir to put us into a decider. Does lead up into the brown. He's got a pathway by the green to get this yellow into the left middle. What a steal this would be. Well, it was nice to get that black out in the open. I don't think it covered the path. This pink is on. It's a long one though. Just trailing by 5 points, I believe. Pink of colossal importance here. Amir is able to take the pink. We're into a decider. If Omar's able to take the pink, it could be frame and match there as that black is out in the open. What a cut there. Oh my. He grabbed that frame by the jugular and was victorious. So Amir takes that frame by a scoreline of 61-50. We'll step aside for a few short moments and come back with this deciding frame of this round robin match. And welcome back, everybody. It's this deciding frame of a round robin match between Omar Balsara and Amir Hisama Samadigi. Yeah, that last pink that Amir took to win that second frame, it was definitely high risk, but definitely high reward if he got it. And he dug in and he's given himself an opportunity. This definitely would be an upset. Omar is definitely a seeded player. Amir is not. That's what can happen in these short best-of-3 matches. You get one of these higher ranked players starting to think. And their mind can get a little squirrely. Well, the players might not have it, but thank to you all out there for enjoying the stream. We've hit a century. Got over 100 viewers so far, but I'm pretty sure that's going to continue to grow. It's only day one of the 2024 U.S. National Snooker Championship here at Embassy Billiards in San Gabriel, California. Just about a half an hour drive outside of Los Angeles proper. If you're in the neighborhood, feel free to stop by and say hello. Admission is free. It's David Burney in the booth. As well, from time to time, Christian Youngers joins me. He's doing a dynamite job. He's playing in the tournament. He's providing wonderful pictures and making us sound good and great graphics. He's a man of many talents. So he pops in and out of the booth when he can. Always glad to have him in here. Keep those comments coming. Any questions as well, if you have. Feel free to let us know where you're tuning in from. Snooker is a global game played in over 100 countries on planet Earth. That's a nice solid pink. That pace could have easily been refused into the middle pocket. Yeah, took his medicine. Rolled up nicely. It's not all power shots in the game of snooker. You got to be a delicate touch. Oh, thank you, Bike Garrett. You're too kind. We do our best. Just maybe a minor adjustment here for Omar. happy with that enough. Well, I can tell you, Mike Garrett, I am commentating, and I have had the pleasure of meeting the great John Virgo. That's a fantastic shot there. Well, the intention obviously was to get his cue ball back in bulk, but he's got it tightly to the brown. The big question is here, is he not going to give an easy opener for Amir? Lots of reds into the business end of the table, so he should be able to clip on one. The only unfortunate part is, if he leaves something on, he could be sitting for quite a while. Looks like Omar has options. He's got a red by the pink spot, go in the left middle. He's got another red out in the open there that could go to the top left corner. If there's an angle for Omar to stun up for the blue. But it doesn't go. Can't get ahead of yourself too much. Good philosophy in this game, obviously. There's two parts to every shot: getting your pocket, your ball in your pocket that you want, and then getting on shape on your color ball. But do all that in your pre-shot routine. When you're down on the shot, just focus on the ball in hand. Who did come out really guns blazing in that first frame, is gonna come back to earth a little bit. Talking to him a little bit last night, he hasn't really been practicing a lot, so he's not too sure how he's gonna fare in this tournament. There's always muscle memory. Now can Omar start the engine here? He's got a couple of reds around the blue, so that's going to do him well. I don't know if that red on the right side, just of the two reds pass. Don't want to be that straight on the blue. Actually, way down at the end of the table.
All right, we're back. Just taking a break, helping out the snooker stream over on table 4 action. I think things are looking a little bit better.
Yeah, but Garrett, there was an American player, and the name's eluding me. Obviously, Ahmad Ali is an American that's on the tour right now. But there was a member from the USA previously. Just my name's eluded me. Got to brush up more on my American snooker. Do know a little bit about Canadian snooker history.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we've had a few decent players come over.
A few?
Yeah.
I missed some of the chat saying, anybody watching or listening ever met John Virgo? We actually have met John Virgo at the Crucible last year, and I've mentioned that. It's one of my favorite pictures with him. Great guy. Awesome voice as well. Even better in person, I'd say, than on the mic. Oh, that was a tight window.
It was.
Missed it pretty full, actually.
That's a
risky
bounce for that red coming off the right cushion there. So this is gifted a nice opportunity. Yeah, I know that we like people like to bait us a lot to try and say the old classic John Virgo catchphrase. I'm like, I'm gonna just leave that to John, you know. Where is this white spherical thing going? Maybe that's a bit better, but
spherical. I like it.
But definitely, if you love the game of snooker, if you haven't been over to Sheffield to see the World Championships, I highly recommend.
Yeah, super fun. It's surreal, honestly. That whole room and the venue, etc. You only see it on TV, but 2 tables set up, the 1 table set up once you see it. Oh my gosh, it's wild.
And as well, you'll bump into a bunch of snooker people, like fans as well. So you have lots to talk about, and players, and commentators, and referees.
Yeah, just, random person. What? Who was it? Steve Davis over at the coffee shop getting a coffee, or, random player XYZ walking down the walkway to get to the venue. That's always fun.
True. Maybe Mr. Selvedy in the lavatory. You never know when you're going to run into people.
Not sure if I prefer that one or not, though. So I think we'll stay away from that. Anyway.
Well, there's
9 points.
A big meeting up there at the Mercure Hotel that is very close to the Crucible, where pretty much all the players and pundits and commentators and alike stay. There's a little lounge area where it seems to gather a lot of people after the day's action. So you're always...
It's a fun time. Oh!
I think actually Dave Daly has taken up residence in the Mercure lobby.
Yeah, I believe it. This is the table of Dave. There's a couch cushion, I think, with his name on it, probably now. Where is Dave? Is this match coming up soon? We should be seeing him coming up in a little bit, I think. Don't see him in the room. Just tells me, I think he has like a 3 o'clock match or something. Or a 2:30. 2:30, I mean. So Amir's gonna have to stick to his guns here, I think, to get the win in this frame. I think the way he won the last one, plenty of his points came from fouls, it seemed. So gonna have to leverage that once again as safety play.
Yeah, it's not a beautiful table right now, that's for sure. Definitely one red is safe on the right cushion. These 3 runs down by the top cushion are just a little nasty blacks tied up. So might be baby steps to get the victory, not a full knockout punch.
Yeah, I still get the feeling like Omar just hasn't quite unleashed the offense. And look at this shot. Talk about offense from Amir. Pretty great result, actually, because now he's opened up the red to the right middle and the one over the pocket. Needs to take advantage of these points here.
Yeah, I totally agree. That was a shot. It seemed like we were going to be maybe here for a little stalemate, a little cat and mouse action, safety battle, but that last 2 shots ago by Amir really opened things up and has given himself a good opportunity to crawl back in this frame. So we're trailing by about 4 points.
So might have to actually come up all the way for blue here. Unless the pink does pass the red to the right middle. It's tough to tell from this angle. And with these cameras I'm going to delegate to, it does go. Because that tends to be the case. A little bit of distortion can lead us astray at times.
Yeah, it's tough to tell from the camera angle, but it looks straight on. If he just stuns this in, just holds his cue ball right there, as he did, trickles this blue in, or this red to get onto the blue. We got a frame right here. It's deciding.
Break of 13 so far, so definitely back in this one. Another free red. It's gonna hold. So you hold blue. Do you stun now and try to get behind the red? It's along the right cushion. Or do you try to cannon into the red-black? The only mistake to make here is to miss this blue because you're trying too hard to do one or the other. I wouldn't mind seeing him just roll this in and playing a double on the red or a safety instead. Yeah, it's kind of a two-way shot because you might get the second option, and look at this. What a pot.
Very nice. Develop that red back into that same pocket where that blue went. But yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that last note, Christian. Sometimes when you're in that situation where reds are not elementary to pot after your color, put all your focus into that colored ball, and then we'll just see where the chips lie. And as you can see by that replay, it's worked out quite nicely for Amir. This could be a pretty big upset. I think Omar at the onset was the favorite.
This is a break of 22 now, I think? Or 21, excuse me.
Hey, that's a good number.
Yep, another 5 to the favor of Amir, so...
Let's look out this red, get behind the black, so...
I've had one upset already, I think. Raymond Fung lost his match first round against, who was it?
Ernest Bazmir.
Yeah, so this could be another seeded player getting upset possibly in this one.
Ernest actually just recently won a small little tournament in Houston in his native city, so...
Oh, nice. Well, this is a good safety, too, if it holds up. No, there's an edge of this red, at least. He got a little close to that jaw and hit the knuckle. Had it not caught the knuckle and gotten closer to the yellow, would have been a really tough snooker. This one, not going to be what Omar wants.
No, if it had stayed nestled to that ball cushion, he'd be a lot more happy here, but he is just not feeling good right now. Trailing by 15 points with 35 on the table. That's just going to diminish a lot more. So we're on to the colors. It's a deciding frame. It's day one, and it's nervy.
Mm-hmm. So what, 16-point difference now, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to have to take a color. Try to expand his lead, I guess. Taking blue into middle. Almost didn't drop, but he's lost his cue ball for the yellow.
Wow, great shot there.
Lost the cue ball again, though.
Hopefully he's not snookered by the blue. Oh, there is a gap.
Yeah, the window's there.
Does he have the potting angle as well?
He's going to rifle this one in, too, I bet.
This is his frame ball.
Oh, how's it going to end up, though? Wow, this is a tight window as well. I think you can see the ball full. Actually, yeah, it's close. It's very close.
23 in it with 25 on.
You can see it full. Trying to get in behind brown here and line up the constellation, is what I like to call it. And you get all 4 balls lined up vertically. You got to swing here for Amir, right?
Yeah, he doesn't shy away from these long pots, as we found out in the last frame. A thin pink to push us into this decider. Could you believe it? Wow, it just does not drop for him. This frame was here for him, so Omar's just got to settle his nerves. Great chance to rebound and steal this frame. Because he'll be really happy if he gets the victory here. It's not been his best outing. But sometimes a great player knows how to win when they're not playing their best.
This is a tough one. This is got to be a recovery shot if he goes offensive here into the middle pocket. Unless he wants to have a tough blue, he's going to want to rifle this one in and send the cue ball off of a couple cushions. Taking to play the prudent choice and play the snooker. This looks pretty good. And I think if he's taken away the 1 cushion escape with the pink along the left side of the table, this is actually pretty tough to run out of, but should be there, it looks like. Or maybe an edge. There was an edge. But with that snooker attempt from Omar, you're really just wanting to get a result of an easier shot than you had just now on the brown to the right middle pocket. And I think he's got at least an attempt here. It's going to be more natural for the position. Another safety.
Yeah, maybe he didn't have the potting angle there. Almost looked like from the camera angle that he could get by that pink and pot the brown. Just with nothing safe, this brown is really important for Amir. Doesn't want to risk anything.
We'll see if he passes this one up too. It's another mid-range attempt. Where the blue and pink are, though, it's a bit bigger of a wall now to hide behind. At least if you kind of get that separation on the top short and bottom short rails. So the fact that he gave up the last few for safeties might mean that he does it here as well.
Fortunate enough, it's a long distance shot here for Amir. Omar might have thought differently if he knew that was going to be a result of his last shot. He was going for it there. Might have a nice little result here.
Wow. Oh, Aryan Snooker Club saying hi. Welcome again. Is that Abdul? I believe it's Abdul, right? He was here for Embassy.
Yep.
How's it going, Abdul?
Liwa actually is playing.
Oh, yeah. Someone's saying, when is Liwa playing? He's on second stream, right? So he's going to be on the Ontario Snooker Tournament stream. Check him out. OBSA, I think is the abbreviation over on YouTube. Robert is just streaming it there. And that was frame ball. The pressure.
That was just right there for the taking.
Wow. I think this is laying up for a nice snooker attempt from Omar if he wants to take it. He gave up a middle pocket attempt earlier. I think this is just a stop shot. Way overran it there. I think just because of how difficult it is to hold that cue ball, just stopping it there is just simplifies the shot so much more, in my opinion.
Yeah, Omar does need one snooker. There you go.
Wow. Talk about a stolen frame and match from Amir if he clears up.
Yeah, that first frame, that Omar, he just was potting them from everywhere. Looked like some good fluency. Then Amir just, there's Omar sitting there, just can't do anything. It's probably going to be handshakes, and there it is. Wow, big upset there. So Amir takes out Omar Balsara by a scoreline of 2-1. But Omar's not out of it. You know, there's 2 other matches in his group that he's got to play. So if he can get a couple of victories, it would bode well for him to move into the knockout phase. But Amir's got to be quite happy with that. Felt like he was down and dusted in the first frame. But Worsbrock to win 2 in a row to take his first match win of this 2024 U.S. National Snooker Championship. We're going to step aside for a few short moments as we just recalibrate the stream and get our next TV table matchup for all of you at home. So stand by, everybody, and we'll talk to you soon. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 U.S. National Snooker Championships live here at Embassy Billiards in San Gabriel, California. 2022 champion Stephen Wong set to break us off here. Got a good friend in the booth, the defending champion, Darren Taylor. So get your questions ready for the champ. He's here ready to answer any of them and provide some great color to this match of Stephen Wong versus Tom Laimoore. How you doing today, Darren?
All good, man. Yeah. It's nice to be here, see everybody. This will be a good match.
I don't know much about Tom. Are you familiar with him?
Yep.
Yeah?
Yeah. So, Tom was living in Cyprus. He lives in Nevada now. He's played a lot down Arizona Snooker. He's very good friends with Romil. So, yeah, we've played a few times. But very solid player. So this is going to be a tough match for both of them.
Looks like Tom uses that carbon fiber shaft.
Yeah, I don't know how people use those, to be honest. I don't get any feedback on it, but people say, oh, you know, you don't get the deflection, but I don't get feedback from it when I've had a shot. And I can't pot a ball with any anyway.
Stick to what you know.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, my opinion is, you know, top level pros have been playing with wooden cues for decades and decades, so I don't know. If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't. Well, you know what I mean.
Yep. Yeah, because you definitely see, like, obviously there were steel shafts in golf, and then graphite came along, and then kind of people gone back to the steel a little bit.
And I think it's a little bit different in golf. With irons, I think graphite shafts, you know, some people like graphite shafts, but most people like steel shafts for their irons. But for the wood, and it was definitely a huge development in terms of distance for players who were using persimmon woods. Were hitting maybe 260, 270 yards, but now they're hitting, you know, 300 plus averages. You know. I don't think technology is the same in snooker.
No, I think
It's not
it's a
like
little different.
It's not like you have to hit the ball further or harder or anything like that. So you got Raymond Fun. I met him for the first time.
Great.
I've never met him before, so that was nice. So seeing some new faces, seeing some old faces.
Yeah, we were able to watch your first match of the day as it was on the TV table. How'd you fare in your second one?
Yeah, good. I felt both of those players could play, but just didn't score heavy enough when they got opportunities. I definitely gave away a lot of chances, but it didn't punish me, so I felt I queued okay. I mean, you've got to warm yourself into this kind of tournament, really, like as with any tournament. You know, I say to the guys, don't expect so much of yourself, you know, just warm your way into it and just play your way into the tournament. It's not like you're playing tournaments every week in, week out.
Mm-hmm.
Give yourself a break. But I haven't played, had a couple of a practice session just the day before we came. Other than that, I haven't played since we played in the Arizona Open.
Wow.
So, you know, you have to give yourself a little bit of leeway. You're not practicing every day. Just take it steady, be patient, it'll come. They can both, you know, the guys from Arizona, they can all play, you know. But I think sometimes there's a problem. They put too much expectation on themselves. They watch guys play on TV and think this game's easy. It's not. These guys are playing full time. Nice pot there. It was good solid pot from Tom. Came around the pack. He's got a chance. If he can cut this blue in, he can cannon into the reds, but it looks really thin. Yeah, he doesn't like it. Needs an accurate shot here. This table plays nice, actually. See his fares. A little bit unfortunate, but it was a good effort. He's on a red into the corner pocket, though.
And how's the Silver Fox doing these days?
Good, as far as I know, yeah. I've been busy with construction at the house, building a snooker room, which will be beneficial. I'll take this on. I would have thought he'd take this on into the green pocket. Looks like he'd take it into the middle. Because with the yellow not being on its spot, he could play the blue, finish low on the blue, and come around the angles. But he's favouring the middle pocket. I think this is hard to get position. Just about. That's good. That's a result. If he played it, it's a great shot. He wants to be just above the pink spot, somewhere in between the blue and the pink spot, middle table, something like that. Oh, he's played that perfect. There was a harder way to play it, but he's played it absolutely perfect. He's already got the speed of the table. Also leave a little angle on this black, just so he can make it easier to get on the next red. Either finish high or low. It's a little bit straight to me, but difficult to see sometimes from the angle, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Well, you know who has the best angle? It's the players on the table.
Mm-hmm.
There's a few shots that you made in your first match that were like, is that on? Is what?
Right.
Oh, then
Yeah.
You've been known to pull a few rabbits out of your hat.
Yeah. That's a good example of exactly what I'm saying. If he'd have left himself a better angle, he left himself a really just off straight, and now he's not on the red. He had reds open. I think that's a missed opportunity. He's a little bit careless because he could have put that cue ball anywhere to finish on the black. Stephen's got a reprieve here. The balls were nice. I favour opening up these balls now, playing it a little bit thicker and getting a good safety, putting some pressure on Tom. I don't agree with that. Thin shot. The thin safety is, I mean, when you're in that position, you have his hand on the table. There's some new faces at the tournament.
Mm-hmm. True.
Which is good.
Was Tom here last year? I don't think he...
Tom's first time he's played, yeah.
This is the first time I've seen it. It's only just at the beginning of this match. And
No, he's a proper player, yeah.
I like his composure. He could be the dark horse, maybe.
Yeah, he's definitely, he's got a game to win it, definitely. There's no two ways about that. And obviously we're missing Romil over in sunny Denmark. Enjoying the weather, enjoying the heat in Denmark. I know he's miserable at the moment, because I'm never going to complain about Arizona weather again. Looks like he might be going for this natural angle to finish on that red. But oh no, that's the right shot. They're tough sometimes. Just roll off that cushion to try and get the pace right. Same again, he hasn't judged that at all. So left an opportunity. Mid-range red. Seems to cue these really well.
And Stephen does have a match under his belt already today, so there's no first match jitters.
And so does Tom. Yeah. Oh.
I think sometimes you think for Stephen, just being the owner-operator here, lots of things are turning around and attention needs to be here and there, but he does a really good job because he goes deep usually in these tournaments. But
He does an amazing job because, like you say, he's busy all the time, people asking him questions, and he's still trying to play snooker in a tournament. I know for a fact that I wouldn't be able to do that.
Yes.
A thin clip off this far right red. Should be able to get a good cue ball. Yeah. Yeah, go on, you were saying?
yeah, I tried to do that once, run a tournament and play in the tournament, and
Yeah. I'm not going to be able to do that. But like you say, he manages to do it, and typically speaking, goes deep in the tournament. We had a good tournament in Arizona. There were 13 different nationalities there.
fantastic.
It was great. It was a really nice tournament. There was some good newcomers, and yeah, it was good. I was typically friendly.
And I hear there's going to be a Q Tour stop next
There
month.
is, yeah. I'll speak to Rommel about that, because I don't know how. He's obviously going to be coming back for that, I would imagine.
Are you going to be live streaming with commentators for that event?
No clue. I have no clue.
Never been to Arizona, but I hear it's quite lovely.
Have you not?
Amongst the red
You
rocks.
haven't been?
No, I've not.
Oh, yeah, Arizona's beautiful. Tough situation here. Might just want to play this red and leave the cue ball in the corner pocket, because it's really difficult to do anything else without leaving a red on. So just go for the red, leave the cue ball in the corner pocket if you miss it. Oh. Okay, or that. A bit fortunate not to cannon into a red.
For his sake, he found the gap.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting affair, this match between the two of them, because they're both, I'd say, equally matched. And play this as shot to nothing, I think, if it goes. I think it went. Ball's all open. Whoever gets the first chance. You see him scoring something. Trying to keep an eye on some of the guys from Arizona and see how they're doing. And
I don't know. That's the first cardinal rule of commentary. You can't have bias.
no, not at all. What a pot that is. What a pot that is.
But if anybody's wanting to see any update scoring and results, check out cloudsnooker.com, and look at the 2024 United States National Snooker Championship tab. Just click on the live scoring tab or the results.
Oh. I'm sorry, that's another great shot. Cut back black blind pocket. Always difficult, but played it perfectly. Another tough shot. Stephen may find himself behind the yellow here. Any notable performances so far?
This guy Darren Taylor had a good victory. No. Surprising results. Amir in our last match defeated Omar Balsara by 2 frames to 1.
Okay.
Omar came out really guns blazing. It seemed like it was going to be a quick done and dusted match, but Amir put Omar in some tough snookers in frame 2 and was able to get that match, or that frame, push us into a decider, and then he just held strong and won the decider and won the match.
Okay.
So that was quite impressive. But still very early on in lots of matches. Haven't yet heard of any high breaks.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, you know, news always travels really fast in a snooker room.
Right.
So.
I think it's always, you know, everybody wants to start getting themselves moving. Play their way into the tournament. Stephen's got a chance here if you can get on a red. Is he going to get on a red? Yeah. Doesn't look like he's going to be. Yeah, you feel the way the balls are. It's like there's a big scoring opportunity.
True. Whoever can get that first chance and just get that back arm going. Hello to our good friend Peter out there in Belgium. Thanks for tuning in. It's David Burney in the booth. I'm with the defending champion, Darren Taylor, who makes his residence in Arizona but comes by the way of England. So if you got any questions for the champ, he's ready.
Can't promise to answer them.
And I think his shoe size is about 17. Darren is definitely a tall drink of water. I guess
and that Dave Brock hasn't woken up yet?
My fellow DB, yes, I have not woken him up yet. If I knew I was in the booth with you, I probably would have sent out the hounds to find him. But I have a question for you.
Yeah.
As you were getting close and seeing the championship so close, how did you just settle your nerves just to stay in that moment and not get ahead of yourself to force like a costly error?
I don't really think about it that way, to be honest, because this might sound a little bit philosophical, but for me, playing snooker is just a privilege. So, and I just want to have fun with it, win, lose, or draw. It doesn't really bother me or faze me that much.
Okay.
You know. So no, I don't really think about it too much. I mean, obviously, everybody feels pressure on a certain shot, but sometimes it's like, go for it. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You know. Again, going back to the guys, I'm like, look, do your best on every shot. Just put your all into every shot. If it doesn't work, nobody died.
There's no home brain philosophical, shall we say, to bring some things there. I remember a quote by the great William Blake once said that improvement makes the crooked road straight, but the crooked roads without improvement are the roads of genius. I feel that has some parallel to this game.
Yeah.
It's just straight ahead. It's always a challenge.
Yeah. Was that William Blake, did you say?
Yes.
Yeah.
I remember as a youngster, he kind of set me on my path as I saw one of his quotes. I must create my own system or be enslaved by another man's. So,
Yeah.
a good fan of snooker, the Brendan Cooper, English author who wrote a great book called Deep Pockets. I'm not sure if you've read that.
No, I've not.
He gets into the philosophical ways of snooker. Actually, he's got one chapter where he gives all the colored balls a distinct personality.
Okay.
Quite a fun read. And he actually wrote a book as well on William Blake. So, a great author. Had the chance to finally meet him last year in Sheffield. I was able to help him out a little bit as we were in the McCure Hotel having a chat, and he looked over and he's like, "That looks like Cliff Thorburn over the bar." And I'm like, "Yeah, would you like to meet him?" He's like, "Sure." So.
Nice part. Played the guaranteed position. And he's a good positional shot here, but he just wants to be somewhere center table, somewhere near the pink spot would be amazing if he can get there. Just middle of the table. Don't try and be too cute on this one. Oh, has he been so incredibly unlucky? He's still on a red, but it's a bit more awkward. Yeah, good shot required. There was awkward with the rest. So, left an opportunity now.
Yeah, lots of open reds. This frame is definitely there for the taking.
Just needs good position on the collar. It's okay.
Also, what I like about watching you, Darren, pretty much your object ball is done and dusted and in the bottom of the pocket, and then you lift your head up from the shot. Always a great attribute to have.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say I do it every single time. There's definitely times when I think everybody moves at some stage on the shot. But yeah, definitely try to. That's for sure. Just try to stay still. And Stephen has that same attribute. If you watch him, he's very, very still on the shot. Still need a bit of work here to get perfect position and get back in perfect control. Needs to be high on this. And he is, slight angle, so now he is perfect. So it's a good opportunity now to be able to score some points. Can't say it's a framing opportunity because just with the pink and brown, the way they've gone a little bit awkward, but certainly put some pressure on Tom. He's disappointed with this because he should have been able to play the red and get back on the blue, but he can still get on the black. He hasn't got the perfect angle. He was a little bit careless to not leave himself low on this red to make it easy to get on the blue. You can see he's shaking his head there. He is disappointed.
A picture says 1,000 words.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta do something a little bit now, yeah. And that, yeah, let's see. Is he gone in off? No, he's all right. But again, now he's got to work, you see. That's just that. If anybody wants to learn how to break build, try and keep it as simple as possible. If you start moving the cue ball around all over the place, Makes life difficult. Now he's got distance between the red.
Yeah, it seems like when you always see those highly skilled players, when they're down at the business end, it's pretty much they've cut the table in half and using a 6x6 table rather than a 12x6 table.
Yeah, I mean, John Higgins is one of those players that I think is, you very, very rarely see him finish low on the blue. He's going to finish high on the blue and use it as an opportunity to break build. It's a break building ball. It's got a message from Mark Williams. Is it the Mark Williams?
Maybe. Could it be? I think that's probably Mark Williams, our good friend that we get to see over in Sheffield from time to time. Definitely chimes into the Snooker Scene podcast. He likes to introduce himself as it's Mark Williams, but not that one. So thanks for tuning in, Mark. But if it is the Welshman, thanks for tuning in as well, Mark. They might be getting busy just getting warmed up for the UK Championship.
All right. Not that one. Possibly lay a snooker behind the yellow.
So 14 points in it, 36 to 22.
Yeah.
Advantage for Stephen Wong, but 51 points on the table.
Yeah, nothing really in it between these guys. Definitely going to be close. Close fought match. It's a tough one. When are you going to shave your head and become one of these guys?
Become one of what guys? Oh, these guys?
This is a
this is a revolution.
Both two good players here, both no hair. When are you going to do it? Should we just do it? Like, let's do it now. Let's do it this weekend, eh?
This weekend.
I can help you.
I don't know if I'll get back into Canada with a shaved head. This is trademarked my hairstyle back in Canada. However, I did do it once. I don't know if I let you know last
really?
year. I
Really?
shaved it bald, and I was the Monopoly guy for Halloween.
Oh, nice. Tell you, it's liberating.
It was very interesting. I know some guy at work made a crack. It's like, well, now you can save on shampoo.
Right.
Yeah, Raymond Fung as well, supporting that style. There's a few of you bald bandits in the room.
Yeah, there's a few Baldacinos around. Should get them all together. Like beans on toast.
Actually, we had a section in our BC Open last year, the program, the Bald Revolution. Our designer of the program is a bald man as well, and he was grabbing all the bald shots of, Anthony McGill.
Right.
Who else is bald over there? There's lots of the Bald Revolution. It's coming. They're all just a bunch of cue balls.
Right. I was surprised that Tom didn't come off a couple of cushions and play for the red into the centre pocket. Into the left centre pocket there, but it's a bit of a nothing shot. You could take this red on and see how straight the cue action is. No.
Well, you have to be my witness here, Darren. Is I will see Mark Williams in Sheffield, and he says the first drink is on him.
Nice.
I'm not going to pour anything on you, Mark, but hopefully you meet the other way. I'm picking up my tab.
Ooh.
That's what you're going to see with these strong players. If they miss, these guys really take advantage.
Got to leave himself a little angle here to just nestle on the red into the right centre pocket. That's what he's going to look to do. He can hit this centre ball and just roll this in and just leave himself on the cushion, play the red into the centre pocket. It's the beauty about leaving yourself just a simple angle. Really? I mean, it works. There was guaranteed to just play for the one into the centre pocket. There was risk there of it going wrong. But so Brown, the awkward ball, doesn't need the pink. And blue. So it's definitely a problem he's going to have to tackle. And Stephen will be hoping for another opportunity. Even harder now.
Yeah, we see it a lot in the amateur side that a lot of these matches come down to the colored balls.
Yeah. Yeah, if you score 20, 30 points or 30 points or so, your chances are it's going to go down to the colours, and 9 times out of 10 every frame's going to be decided on the last 6 reds anyway. Not sure how you play this. Could play to stun behind the pink, but it's such a tough shot. Looks like he's gonna have to go for it, I think. Not sure I agree with that. Just pushed it over a pocket. That's okay. Got away with it. What? That's shot of the tournament so far. Gotta be.
I have to say so. Unbelievable.
What a shot that is.
Oh, Stephen could steal this one. Be catastrophic to Tom's self-esteem.
Oh, we got to see that shot again. That was phenomenal. After this one, let's see how he does here, but we got to see the look at that shot again. That's definitely shot of the tournament for me so far. Oh. What?
Wow. Unbelievable.
Incredible. Oh, wow.
After all that hard work.
Well, it was a difficult shot. It was a really tricky cutback. Let's take a look at this shot again. The pink was great as well. The position was fantastic, just overrun a little bit, but...
And then that brown was just remarkable.
Yeah.
Well, we're down to a black
this
ball.
is pressure. I think you've got no choice. You've got to go for it. You can't play safe off this. You know, you just got to go for it. Unless he's playing off the top cushion, looks like, maybe. Coming up behind it. No, he's go for it. That's
Wow.
it.
Great
What a
black.
finish.
Tom Laimoore takes
What
his
a
first
finish.
frame.
This match is
54. It's living up to the billing. It's a heavyweight battle. It was a
Right.
sparring match back and forth. So we'll just step aside for a few short moments and come back with frame 2. And welcome back, everybody. It's frame 2 of this exciting match between Stephen Wong and Tom Laimoore. It's David Burney in the booth. I'm joined in the booth with defending champion Darren Taylor. What a first frame that was, Darren.
Incredible first frame. I think if that's anything to go by, the brown was amazing, the pink was amazing, and then Tom potted a great black under pressure. So, yeah, I think we're in for a good match. Started off with the perfect break-off, put him behind the green, so... I always think with these kind of shots, you've just got to try and... You don't have to hit the first attempt. Just try and get a perfect line so that you don't not run. Especially with the way the red's are on the left-hand side of the pack, you can easily run off if you play it too hard. And then potentially leave a red on. But, so you just got to judge it first. Maybe even just use the first one as to judge the pace. Middle pocket's in the way a little bit of this shot. You might just a little bit of touch aside. So, I honestly don't know what he was trying to do there. Trying to nestle up on the red. I felt he can maybe, I mean, if you could get that angle, he can get into the pack. But. Wow.
I don't know if I like that decision. What do you think?
Amazed. And black wasn't, I mean, black was still available. I mean,
it was a blind cut, but then angle's going to take him into the pack, maybe open them up, and it'll hold for the black.
Yeah. Because if he gets this right now, you're on nothing. So. Yeah, there you go. There you go. You got it right, and left him nothing. Well, he's got a red into the yellow pocket, but I'm not sure if you're going to take that on. Really strange decision to not take that red on. This is called Snooker Gods. Look at that. Snooker Gods.
They can help you and they can punish you.
Yeah, I mean, crazy.
It is early in this second frame, but it could have paramount importance as we get to the climax of it.
I like that shot. You know, guaranteed to leave himself on a bulk colour, and why not go for it? That's good. Open up the pack. Play the more aggressive safety. Well, the balls are wide open. Would have preferred to get closer to the bulk cushion.
Path past this brown for that red into the left middle.
For people watching snooker, when you talk about bulk cushion, we talk about the cushion that's at the top of the screen, which is actually the bottom of the table, which is sounds a bit strange, but where the black is, the black end of the table is the top end of the table. So, but for television purposes, the black end is the end that's televised to be able, because that's where most of the action is. Just hope that's not confusing for a lot of people, but yeah, top end of the table is where the black is, and where the yellow, green, and brown are, the bulk colours, as we call them, is the bottom end of the table.
Some as well like to call those colours the family colours.
The family colours, why is that?
Yes, the great Marianne McConnell, great Canadian female player.
Yeah.
Well, you know, they're up together. They're all hanging out.
Oh, they're all hanging out together.
Blue
Nice little
and
family.
Pink and black are always in their little separate places, but the brown, green, and yellow just hanging out in that D, having a good time. As we know, if you ever want to have a good time, spend it with some Ds.
Spend it with some Ds.
It seems like whoever falters on maybe this impending safety exchange.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, pink's a little bit awkward, but or tied up. But other than that, black's available into one pocket. Maybe two, I'm not sure. It's hard to see from this angle. So if he got that tight on the cushion, he's going to put pressure on Tom. But he's left a straightforward safety shot back to bulk. Tight on the cushion, it's there's a lot of pressure. And Tom can cut this table down now, so if he gets near the middle of the table, plays a thin safety shot off this and gets near the middle of the table, middle of the bottom cushion. He's played it too hard, played it too thin. He's got lucky. Nope. Now, opportunity. It's not straightforward. He's got to play his way into this break and just do something really simple to start off with. Stay on the blue. He could play a cannon into the pink here. Not guaranteed to be on a red, but could play the cannon onto the pink. So this is what I mean by about keeping it simple. Now the cue ball's travelling, so he's got to get back into business end of the table here. Again, try and find something simple.
Was that a 7-ball plant there, maybe?
You'd still go for this red and try and finish on the left-hand side of the table for blue or yellow. He's got options. He just needs to pot the ball, really. Natural angle to come back. Oh, played that perfectly. Stay away from the cushion. Require queuing, require good queuing, stay still on the shot, and watch how Stephen will keep himself nice and still. It stays there, that's it. Played it well. Can't see if that red goes, can you?
It's tough to tell.
By his body language it doesn't, so he's got to cut back. Cut this red back, but the cue ball's going to be flying around the table.
Sure, it might cannon into that red below the black spot.
He could widen the angle and come around the back of the red, around the back of the red and off the cushion, and just finish on the blue. Oh, that's going to be end of break. Just not quite in control of the cue ball.
Yeah, definitely. Steven's a bit more of an animated player. You kind of know what's going through his head. I must admit, I cannot read you at all when you're at the table. You are just one emotion, and that's it.
Yeah.
I think even when you won last year, you still had that one emotion.
Is he happy? Who knows?
It's not like you're looking sad or anything like that. You're
Right.
just... It's like you saw Medusa in the room and turned to stone.
Oh, now, there we go. Opportunity. Forced error. It was a good safety shot. He got him tight. It's got him tight on the cushion, so it was awkward. But he's forced an error, so now he needs to score. But pink and black aren't in great position, so definitely want to be using the blue ball. We've got some work to do. That's what I was saying about John Higgins. High on the blue now is a focus. Give himself choices. Got the yellow over the pocket if he needs it. And just try and stay in control. I wanted to see a decider. It's a good shot. Red into the centre pocket.
So are you happy with the blue on that last shot? Or like, you know, he was on the yellow as well, and that would obviously clear up the path for both pockets.
It was but it was obvious to stay to... I mean, you can use the yellow as it's a potable ball, so if he does run out of position, it's a nice ball to be able to come back on. So, no, I think he played the right shot.
Okay.
I think he should be playing the red into the middle, because this is slightly harder for position. Yeah, well, okay.
And that yellow's not there.
I mean, could have gone wrong, but he's on the black. It's a cutback black, but he seems to be good at these. Yeah, nice. This is what I mean about people, about break building. It's trying to keep it as simple as you can. It is difficult when you're going from table to table. All these tables play differently, so they all run differently. They're different speeds, so it is very difficult. There isn't consistent conditions. When you have got consistent conditions, you just missed the mid-range red there. So the table's slightly easier now for Tom because he's got the black on the spot. So I would prefer to leave myself in between the blue and the yellow on this shot. Stun across, leave yourself blue or yellow, then you've got a choice.
Well, Stephen Wong might have a distinct advantage over everyone else in the field here, as this is his club.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's played on every table.
Case in point, he's now on nothing because he finished on the left-hand side playing for the yellow, and now he's not on anything. I don't know why he didn't screw across and play for both balls. That's a bit of a strange shot. But yeah, you're right. Stephen's definitely got a home advantage. So the only thing I would say is you still got to adjust your game, because you can't know exactly how each table plays unless you're practicing on each table. But I could guarantee when he practices, he probably plays on those 2 tables and doesn't play on every single table. I think that's one of the things that a very good professional told me. He said, go, when you're in your club, play on it, make sure you play on every single table. You know.
So in your illustrious playing career, how many perfect tables have you played on?
I have to say a lot.
Okay.
And certainly the tables at Arizona Snooker Academy, I mean, they all play the same. It's thanks to Romil and obviously Simon for who sets them up, Simon Barker. So, I mean, he does a great job of setting the tables up. But yeah, they're as good as it gets, in my opinion. You don't need to change your game to when you're playing on a table. There's not one that's slower than the other or anything like that. So they all play equally well. But yeah, I mean, if you, as long as it's got
6 pockets in the
I mean, it's the cloth and the cushions are the most important part, and a table's a table, you know.
Nice, probably with Romil's place, it's an academy, like where this is more of a
club, yeah,
in a room and stuff like that. So you got various types of people coming in.
Yeah,
I think with more of the academies, the style that Romil has, it's very concentrated, focused people.
Yeah.
Well, we've rung the cowbell. David Brock is in the chat.
Oh, he's woken up.
Jammy?
Yeah, that's his nickname. You can ask him. It basically, he's such a lucky player. So, and if somebody's jammy, it means they're lucky. But he's projecting. So he's the lucky player, I'm not. So, but he likes to call me lucky.
I think so. I think you might have been saying when I first met him at the Seattle Open, was he playing you in a match that you were up 65 and he came back and did a 66 break?
I think there isn't anybody on the planet he hasn't told that story to.
Sorry to be at the wrong end of that one, Darren, but...
There's Bobby. Hey, Bobby. 67. Oh, God. See? He's just... I mean, I've forgotten about it, to be honest. It's exhausting, being his friend. Oh, I think nerves are getting to the guys, actually, on this particular, because they both had a lot of chances now, so just twitching a little bit on the follow through. So, yeah, I mean, that was a good example. So he's judging the pace. Doesn't matter how many times you play on it. You're not necessarily going to know every single table and how it plays.
Yeah, it's the two sides of the game. Obviously, in the amateur game, we know players are going to miss. When they start getting on a high break and running, it gets exciting.
Yeah.
The professionals, we expect them not to miss, so when they do miss, it's equally as exciting.
Right. It's just for a lot of players who are starting the game, I would say, come down to the other end of the table, see where you want the cue ball. That's exactly what Tom's just done. He looks at where he wants the cue ball, then he's going to try and get it there or close to it, which is middle of the table behind the brown, middle of the. He misjudged that. So it's still a good habit to get into. Is look at where you want. Come have a walk around the table. I see too many players. You know, they're already down and playing the shot, and I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't be playing the shot there. I'd be looking at where I want the cue ball. It's not obvious. But some people get excited, carried away. They want to, you know, they're on a black. They want to pot the black. You know, whereas they're not looking at where the next red's coming from. Not only the next red, but where's the next colour coming from after that.
Well, going back to the conversation I think we had in the last frame, Stephen Wong was the 2022 champion. He sports the nice bald look. 2023 champion was yourself, sporting the nice bald look.
Yeah.
Maybe if there's a bald person that wins the 2024 championship, maybe I'll go find a razor.
I think you have to. Safety is overrated. Oh, what a pot. What a pot. So if he can't run through directly to get on this red, I think he can. He's got the angle, I think, to just roll through. But he's going to have to leave himself an angle. You don't want to leave yourself straight on the red. It's going to make it very, very difficult to get on a colour.
Oh, that's very nice.
That was great. I'm confused, but, you know, because again, it could have gone wrong. If you hit it too thick, you're not on the red. He was guaranteed to be on the red. But anyway, he is on the red, so.
On that previous shot, would you rather have been high or low on that red?
High, on the...
That last red after the ping?
Yeah, definitely high on the red and just roll it in, down the cushion, give it every single chance. But you know, you're not guaranteed to finish on it to play the cannon. You didn't really need to do that. They will go in on down the rails on these pockets, on this table. Oh, God. I mean, he's put true story, potted the first red, he did. Darren got 67, then he made 67 to win by 1 point. Darren's break was better as he got 67 with 10 reds. Well, I don't know about one being better than the other, but that is the story. And the thing is, I forgot he'd potted the first red, so I've gone to respot the black and looked round. He said, "No, don't forget, I've potted the first red, so I win."
All right, this is a safe place here. If you two are going to fight, we might have to put you in the corner.
No, I need to be in a safe place right now. It's trauma, you know. You need counselling for this kind of stuff. Friendships with David Brock, you need people I can understand. You know, you need help, mental help.
I don't seem to be bothered. I guess maybe it's a fellow DB and we just kind of stick together.
You're not in deep enough. So still 9 points in it, so sorry, 11 points in it. Good shot. Think you can just see the yellow? Just clip it, possibly. There's a natural angle to finish on the green. You can cut this in. Just if you pot the ball, you're probably going to be on the green. Sorry.
Yeah, it's looking like this yellow is definitely high importance. No real safe color. So
right. Yeah.
Whoever stick it in first.
That's very misjudged, that one, by a long way. Chance. Can he take it? Can he take it? Well, he's got a shot on the green. That's Bob, yeah. No hair fouls in this match. Yeah, if you do find a hair on the ball, you've got to question where that's come from. Good pot on the now. Pressure. Got to go for it, but this is pressure. Needs really good cueing for this brown. Oh, what a shot. Why did he play so hard, though? We can still cut this back, I think. Yeah.
Can, but
Come back to look at the potting angle. It's a thin one, and cue ball's travelling around the table. Eek. Yeah. So.
Just that thin cut just made it that much more difficult. Sure, he's...
I mean, he cued the brown beautifully. Just too much pace. Very tough shot.
Just needs blue and pink. It's there for the taking.
Oh, he twitched on that. That was a definite twitch. Yeah, pot that blue and it was guaranteed. It's a big moment. Oh, he
slashed at that one.
Yeah, he did slash at that one. Yeah, he did not cue that well. Is it going in the pocket though? No, it isn't.
Has it got the cover?
He's got the snooker.
Ooh, it's tough to tell.
Tom's looking at it. His body language shows.
That
I think it is. He's got a lot of good fortune there. Or has he? I don't know.
Looks like he's gearing himself up for it.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, tough safety shot. Tough to get these safe. Play it thin, go for the pot, I would say. Your only choice. Leave distance pink. Why so hard? Why so hard? I would say just leave the distance pink. Chance. Again, with this situation, pot the ball, the cue ball's going to be travelling back towards the black end and back towards the pink. Just need to pot it. You don't need to control the ball so much. Oh, he played that so well. I don't know why he tried to control the ball, because it naturally would have come back off the top cushion and back up for the pink, and it made the shot so much harder, but he played a good shot. So just pink required for the match. It's close. Has he gone in off? Has he gone in off? No. Well, he's got a result there. Could have easily left that pink.
I think going back to your note about hitting hard and stuff like that, I think some of the newer players, they're always wanting to get action on the ball, whether it's like a lot of draw or something. They feel like you got to hit it harder to get that action, but it just comes down to proper technique and a great follow through.
Yeah, smooth cue action, yeah. Good safety shot there. Got great length. whenever you got your opponent bridging off the cushion, it's going to be more difficult for them to be able to control the ball. So closer to that bottom cushion, which is the top end of the screen, the bottom cushion is going to make it easier or harder for your opponent. Is this over the pocket? Has he left this over the pocket? Even if he has, it's still going to take... Oh, wow. I mean, I think there's nothing else you can do here. You just got to pot make sure of the pink. Getting on the black, forget about it, I think. But just pot this pink. If he gets on the black, I'll be amazed. But anyway, just make sure of the pink. Play the safety on the black. And that's, yeah, I don't see the point in it. Just trying to smash it in to try and get on the black was just absolutely no point whatsoever. Just made the pink so much harder.
And Akesh is just wondering about the delay on the score. So the players, the striker is responsible for keeping the score when their frame or their break is done, their turn at the table, as the opponent is in charge of respotting the balls. And they keep their score on these tablets that talk directly to our stream. And right now, where we don't have a abundance of people behind the scenes helping out, hopefully that can change in the future. That we keep people manning those tablets so the score can be up to date. So that's why there's a little lag there. Hopefully, when we get deeper into the tournament, the scores will stay updated as we progress, because it can be a bit tricky. Especially for us in the booth sometimes, we're a little bit curious if snookers are required at certain stages of matches. So,
what a moment in this match right now. So first went down to a black ball game. This is a black ball game. It's exactly what we anticipated with these two players. I felt we could have gone for that, to be honest with you. I mean, why not have a go?
I was just going to ask you, what's your mindset there?
Yeah, I think have a go at it. I mean, you're either out of the match or you're in it. I mean, just why not have a go if you got a chance?
Sure,
and he's left an opportunity to pot this. I'm not saying it's easy, it's difficult, but there's pressure on Tom. He, you know, this is going to be a good win for him. And he missed that quite a bit. And this is an opportunity to win the frame and take this down to a decider.
True, I think they both have a match win. So this kind of is the match to decide who's going to be the first seed.
Oh.
Unless there's a spoiler in their group. Not sure who else is in their group. Just take a look. Charles Benham and Richard Loon, that I don't know much about them.
Richard's from Bolton. He plays out of Arizona.
Okay.
So, opportunity to seal the match.
There it is. Wow.
There we go. Good pot. Well played.
I'm pretty sure we're going to see these two guys in the knockout phase.
Yeah.
Didn't completely live up to the billing, didn't hit to a decider, but two black ball finishes. Quite exciting stuff.
Very good.
So,
good match. Exciting. Good fun.
Thank you very much, Darren Taylor, for joining us in the booth.
Thank you.
Hopefully you can come and see us again.
I will.
Throughout the weekend, but you've got a championship to hold on to. So
yeah.
Good luck the best of the way.
Appreciate it.
We're going to step aside for a few short moments and queue up our next match here at the 2024 United States National Snooker Championship, live at Embassy Billiards in the San Gabriel, California. Stay tuned, everybody.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We've got another match for you here. Tim Lee versus Hamadani Al-Sultani. Christian Youngers bringing you this live action with Ox Promotions here at the United States National Snooker Championship, hosted by Embassy Billiards Clubs. David Burney's taking a break for a little bit. I'm going to get a guest commentator here in the booth, I think, for the next match. Ooh, foul shot here from Hassan. Tough, toughy. He's going to put him back. It's a little bit tricky with these balls being clustered up, but I don't know if they're going to actually adjust them or not. Just push these together, yeah. That looks about right. About as close as you can get without a referee, so. Replacement there, 7-point foul. This is group stage action, and we're going to be live here for another few hours doing the matches. We've got what we call roll-on, roll-off action. As the table's available, we simply throw the next group stage match up on the table according to the schedule. I think we're going to be having our last round of matches today around 4:30 p.m. starting. And then we'll cut the stream and do it all over again bright and early tomorrow. We've got 2 days of group stage action, and we're going to have the knockout phase on Sunday and the semis and final happening on Monday. Another good safety here from Tim. Don't know Tim very well, but I think he's a local player here at Embassy. No, he's from New York, it looks like. Tim Lee. Hassan we have seen on the stream before as well. He was playing at the Embassy Open. Knows these tables pretty well. Plays out of California. I believe he's a previous Q Tour stop winner. It was a Q Tour stop hosted at somewhere in Northern California, I believe. And after winning that Q Tour stop, he did actually commit to going to Q Tour tournament, I guess, held. I forget where it was held exactly. Those in the chat know. You can let me know, but yeah, I think he traveled somewhere in Europe to the actual Q Tour championship to qualify for the World Snooker Tour, and unfortunately did not make it there, but nonetheless, pretty strong player to get there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, do a quick intro. In the booth, I got a guest commentator, Mark Wilson. How's it going, Mark?
It's going well. Pleasure to be here. How are you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Competition today so far has been top notch.
Oh, yeah? You think so? Dave Burney's been doing the good work, huh?
Absolutely.
Yeah, him and Darren Taylor were doing a good match there over on the previous table with Steven and Tom. It was a banger of a match. But I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to leave you guys with Mark for a few minutes, and I'll be right back.
Thank you. So it looks like there's a red onto the middle here. He's going to try and cut in. Get a nice little bump on the red there. Open table here, he could do some damage. Hi there, Big Gary. Thanks for the welcome. Sorry, I'm just getting caught up on these questions, so I'll try and answer as best I can from here on out. This is the United States National Snooker Championship. Played every year. This is the second year it's been played down here at Embassy Billiards Club in San Gabriel. Last time the Embassy Club held back-to-back World Snooker Championships, or sorry, US Snooker Championships, was back in the late 2000s, 2006 I believe, for 4 consecutive years. So a little careless shot there. This has an in. Quite a tricky table to navigate the color system. Just put a good shot there, just low enough on the blue. Trying to get that back on its spot. Make this little break a bit easier. It's a lovely cue action there, and has to be said, lovely glasses. Very similar to the famous glasses made famous by Dennis Taylor. Just gives those people an option to keep sighting the ball without the frames being in the way, so there's no metal frame around the glasses lens itself. Exciting stuff. But an uncharacteristic miss there on the blue. Very straightforward. Let's see now if Tim can do some damage. Shots like that just go to show you how accurate you have to be, especially when that red's hanging over the pocket. It looks like a dead cert. But playing one ball onto the next, you have to be really accurate. Just positional play a little bit of a miss here. Finding it tough here to find the next red. He's got an option. Decided to play safe there and limit the damage. So I'm just reading through the questions here. Akash, I see your question there. Why the scores are delayed? So the players are keeping scores themselves. And it's just whenever they get an opportunity to go back to the scoreboard and update that, it updates on the screen. Welcome to all our new viewers to the 2024 United States National Snooker Championships here at Embassy Billiards Snooker Club in San Gabriel, California. We have a bit of a predicament here with all the reds at the bulk end of the table for once, and colors not in their optimal position, so it's going to make any kind of break building here very difficult. So it seems we're in for a bit of a safety exchange here with really not much to go for. And you get the impression that whoever makes the first mistake is going to be a not so costly one. Oh, and there's a unlikely flip there. Rattling off the jaws of the green pocket. But it looks like just a little safety here off the yellow, and preferably in behind the black if he can find that path, and it's a very good attempt. And Six Guy says, do I hear Scottish or Irish in your voice? You do. You hear Irish, that's Northern Irish from County Antrim. And there's just another example of where the reds are placed. Missing like that doesn't really cost you so much in points. With the colours where they are, making it extremely difficult to accumulate any sort of break. Snooker players like to think 3 shots ahead, that's the rule of thumb. Trying to stay in position, and sometimes you just can't find a second or third shot and you have to get down and play the shot you see, and as in the words that Darren Taylor says, you got to just be in the moment, play that shot and take the next one as it comes. And that was a pretty decent effort, has to be said there. Just give himself an opportunity here to play that in the green. And try and make something happen on the scoreboard. And thank you, Six Guy, for your contribution to the comment section. It sounds like a compliment. I think that's 2 greens and a blue there, so it's a decent contribution here. He's doing really well to navigate around them reds. Red shots are always difficult. You really got to spend some time on the practice table with those types of shots. I felt like he just got down a little bit too quickly there. But no damage done. Right back at the table here. Just going to be careful here, not to get greedy at the table. Feels like it's a winning contribution nonetheless, but playing a good shot and a right shot.
All right, we're back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, has been going this frame ripe with conviction and drama, or
Well, we just
like
had all
Hassan.
the pretty much all the reds up at the bulk end of the table there,
oh wow.
and the black at one point was the only ball on the top end of the table. So Hassan has done really well to make something happen there with the scoreboard, and he's in prime position now to take the frame, you would think.
Yeah, strong player. I mean, he's probably the favorite, I would assume, out of these two to come away with this match. Might be one of the favorites for the tournament even. I know he won the Q Tour stop up north that we talked about in Northern California somewhere, and actually went to the Q Tour like tournament qualifier that I think was held somewhere Eastern Europe, I forgot. But as a result, I think the winner of that would have gotten a tour card to the World Snooker Championship, but it also encompasses all the Q Tour stops in Europe and everything, so it was a really, really tough field. But good on him to making the trip and getting out there.
Well, in amongst the balls, he's got a very, very nice touch. Very composed, and he just had a rest shot into the yellow pocket there. And I just feel like he got down a little bit too quickly and snatched at it. Just trying to make something happen that needs to rely a little bit more on patience for a better opportunity when he has such an advantage. He doesn't want to do any unnecessary damage by letting Lee in here.
Yeah, just stay tidy with it, right? Just efficient snooker. Aha, my plan succeeded. We got some people talking about your accent in the chat. Perfect. Excellent. So the reason why I like to get Darren Taylor in it as well. Not only because he thinks he knows what he's talking about, but also the deep British voice.
Yes, he does have a profound, deep, scary voice, so comfort in listening to that.
Oh wow, double almost made it. It's a funny rule we got here, just to help the room owners here at Embassy. The rule is winner of the match cleans up the table and sets it up for the next round. So it's brushing the table down. I think some players forgetting to do that since they're so focused on winning their match, and the relief, you know, of clearing up, let's say, and winning the frame, sort of start to forget.
And I think that's a fair compromise from winning the frame.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Let the loser get off as quickly as possible, and you bask in the glory a little bit longer.
Right. Lets us in the room know who won as well, so it makes it a little bit easier.
It's a great indicator.
So far, so good with the scoring, though. Cloud Snooker seems to be holding up, and all the scores are up to date. We got tablets in the room keeping track of each of the live scores, so if you guys want to see any of your favorite players that you know of watching, just go ahead and tune on any of the tablets. Sorry, go to cloudsnooker.com, and under there there'll be a tab for live scoring for the 24 U.S. Nationals. And I think it'll eventually have the bracket up there as well for the knockout stage, but we'll see. All the live scores are going to go through there regardless.
And just rattling the jaws there, Lee. Can see some tactical shots coming here.
It's got enough space here to bump it away, I think. Doesn't need a ton of separation, actually. Just needs to not give away the red. This is actually really good, being tight to the cushion. All right, so deciding to try to play with the pink here. Tough to see if he has a line to it. It's queuing like he can get up to it, actually. This might be on. Oh no. Disaster strikes for Tim. He's left a slight back cut here on the black to come up natural for the red. This is a two-way shot as well, since he's never sailing out this red. Rolling that black over the pocket. 35 on and 32 difference. Looking pretty nice.
Yeah, a good shot there. A lot of green between the object ball and the cue ball. Just enough room to let the white bite.
Yeah, do you start to slowly push this red over towards the black eventually? I mean, is that the eventual move?
I think if I'm leading the frame, that's what I'm trying to do.
Get the opponent to make the foul.
Exactly, try and force the mistake.
I guess if you're Tim, you're really just trying to get the snooker here with any of these bold colors, ultimately.
Yeah, and you can see him actively trying to keep that red away from the black on the right side of the table here.
This actually makes it a little bit better, right, for the snooker. It's kind of a bigger
Yeah.
wall now.
Nice big target there. Blue, pink and green.
This is the shot. DDK. That's what I call it.
Sounds like a wrestling move.
Everybody always, the commentators always commonly refer to the dreaded double kiss. But I like that wrestling move, DDK. It's like a signature move, right?
Right.
So it's really in Hassan's hands, this frame, I think, as long as he doesn't make any huge mistake, like pocketing the black and leaving the red open or something.
Yeah, what are you doing here if you're Tim? Where are you going to put the red?
You have to catch it a bit on the thicker side, but that means your cue ball's not going to be separating as much. I think you have to work this with the left-hand side to open up the angle off the top cushion and avoid the double kiss. I think that's the more natural way to do it. He's pushing the red away.
And that's what I would have done. I would have played that same shot, but I would have played it a little bit harder.
Oh, really? Okay.
And try and push it up on the bulk cushion.
Gotcha. And you still leave the cue ball there, though?
Yeah.
You're not getting any closer to the black, right?
No,
Okay.
just stunning there off the cushions, just a little bit harder.
Gotcha. I guess it's a more less pessimistic way of playing the situation, right? Because you're trying to force the opponent to play either the pot onto the top corners or something that'll leave you a shot other than just keeping it down near this lower left corner quadrant, right? The more pessimistic way is just to keep bumping this ball over and over and over again until maybe somebody makes a mistake.
Yep, that's a good shot right there.
Yeah, that's
Gets
all
a
about
kiss. Oh, that's just nice.
Oh, no.
He's gone off.
Wow. The jingling off. So now it's a snooker required for Tim. You know, I think when I first started playing the game, I actually thought that since he went in off there off of the blue, and that's what caused him to go in off, that you would get the 5-point foul instead. Yikes. Misjudging the side as well there. So another 4 points.
Yeah, to your point, if he played on the blue and went on and off of the blue, then
Yeah.
we award you 5 points.
That was a misconception I had, I guess, learning the game originally, but
And that's the beautiful thing about learning.
yeah.
And this is a decent effort here. You can.
There's definitely an edge of it, but I imagine he's going to go one cushion. No, he had it pretty full.
Yeah.
Just holding this behind the yellow, so what are we at? 2 snookers now for Tim to get back in this frame. Lofty goal, the black's over the pocket. Plenty of bolt colors out in the open enough to play in behind, and this might be a decent start, but the brown makes it a little bit tricky. You have to go this way instead. Is it going to go in off again? Oh no. Very close. .42 the difference, 35 on. Yeah, I think this is just a matter of time, this frame. Just grind it out. I think Hassan too strong of a player to make the big mistake that'll be needed to win this, especially if this drops. Oh.
It's got a chance here. Doesn't have to do too much with the cue ball.
It would be,
Nice.
yeah, it would be rough if Hassan continued to make the mistakes here and let this frame drag on, because that's when you start to get in trouble, not in this one, but in the next frame. It starts to eat away at you, and you start to get maybe a little bit more frustrated than you should. But yeah, wants to just get this over with quickly. And since they're playing, I think 3 snookers required to force the concession in the group stage, this is going to be it for this frame, regardless of the yellow. And we've got next frame coming up in a little bit. This is Christian Youngers and Mark Wilson.
Thanks for joining us.
See you in the next frame. All right, back for frame 2 action. Hassan at the table with an easy starter here. Mistake forced by Tim. And misses it with the rest. Interesting. Felt a little bit flat on that kind of attempt. Almost kind of gave up on the shot, it felt like. Also, let us know where you guys are tuning in from. Come on all the pages: Ox Billiards, Pan American Billiards Sticker Association, San Gabriel Embassy Billiards Club. Let us know where you're watching from and if you're enjoying the action. We're trying to grow all the channels and the following across PABSA, as well as USSA, as well as Embassy and Ox. This collaborative effort here to bring you guys the U.S. Snooker Nationals. And if you guys are watching as well, OBSA Ontario Snooker Tournaments in YouTube is streaming Table 4 action, I believe, over on their YouTube channel. So check them out, OBSA Ontario Snooker Tournaments YouTube channel. Got a lot of action going on over there. Rob Richards, your commentator, watching that event. And there's also another table being streamed, I believe, Table 5, without a scoreboard, just the match, no commentators, just the room audio. That's a pretty good one as well.
But the red ball seem like this?
Yeah, just waffle. I think it's somewhere here. That's what I think. I don't remember.
No, seem like very close. Seem like that. I see this way.
Something. Waffle.
Yeah, this is exactly. Yeah? The white ball there.
Yeah, waffle.
Hello, everybody. It seems like Christian Youngers has a match to attend to, so I've just cut my lunch break a little short and jumped back into the booth. It's David Burney. Excited to see this match. Hussein El Santani is taking the first frame, and Tom Lee's got to stop doing that. Well, two things: let the ball drop, because if it doesn't go over the threshold and into the pockets, it's a 7-point foul for touching the cue ball while it's on the table. But as well, going in off, those can be costly. Akash, yes, we have 4 other streams going on. If you search out the Embassy Club, San Gabriel, you should be able to find 2 other streams on YouTube, but those have no commentary. And then if you check out OBSA on YouTube, my good friend Rob Richards is providing commentary for another match. So there's 4 matches that you can choose from. 2 have commentary, 2 do not.
Leave my phone here. You might reach it up.
Well, we've got kind of a Lynchian table here. All the beautiful colors are at one end of the table, and all these red ants are underneath. So it's going to be a bit tricky to get a substantial break going for either of these players. See, either Hussein or Tim. My apologies, that's not Tom Lee. No relation to the great Tom Lee from Canada. It's Tim Lee. They would like to get some high value color back on its position. Definitely preferably black, but pink's not a bad second place, or even blue. Great long red there by Tim. But where's that cue ball going again for him? Oh my goodness, you can just not buy a break in this match. Hold strong, Tim. Those snooker gods are watching. Things can rebound, but Hassan is definitely a tough customer, so yeah, at least should be able to put the pink back on its spot. It's got a long red just to the right of the pink, but a very nice shot. Played that with a lot of check side. Great opportunity here. Put some points on the board. I don't think he's got a pathway. I think the pink is going to block the path for that red just below it. Gently run through this pink to have the red into the opposite corner pocket. Might be able to just draw back ever so delicately and have a red into the right middle. Yeah, either way, it was going to be a tough red. Today we're doing all right. We're here in San Gabriel, California at the Embassy Billiards Club. It's the 2024 U.S. National Snooker Championship. Glad that all of you are tuning in. We got multiple platforms that we're on the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association YouTube channel, as well as Ox Billiards YouTube channel. We've got a couple other streams without commentary on San Gabriel Embassy Billiards Club channel, and as well our friend Rob Richards is on the OBSA channel, streaming a match over there. It's day one. Lots of action here. Tomorrow we'll be finishing off the round robin and producing a 32-player knockout phase of this tournament that will commence on Sunday, and then leading up to Championship Monday, where we'll find out who will be the winner, who will be America's best. Many strong competitors here. I always gotta say the defending champion is probably the favorite to win, just because they've been able to go the distance. They know what it takes. And Darren Taylor's not a player to go down quietly, that's for sure. As well, if you want any results or live scoring, as we do have 9 tables in action, not all are streamed, head over to cloudsnooker.com. It's cloudsnooker.com. And check out the 2024 United States National Snooker Championship. On that tab, and you'll see results. You'll also see a live scoring tab. A wealth of information there. Got a result there. A little tap on the table by Hassan. But I don't think it was intentional. Wow. Did he find the gap there? Or did he just flick? I think he just flicked off a red. This sport can drive you insane. Sometimes when you want to find the gap, you don't. And when you want to hit a cannon, you find the gap. Just how red balls are there, you know, you gotta cut into the left middle with that black. It's tough. I guess in Tim's case, you know, getting the black back on its spot doesn't hinder or help him really. Because if he is to miss, black is down on that spot. It's going to help out his opponent a lot as Hassan will have both pink and black at his disposal. Newer fans might be curious, well, why don't they just, you know, pocket a ball? So I'm almost had it there. But it's easier said than done, obviously, on these very large 6x12 tables, but sometimes there's just an element of respect there. Tim knows Hussein can definitely put together a high break, so doesn't want to give him an easy opener. Usually with these highly skilled players, if they can get an easy red in and get a color, then they can start using their own magic to develop other reds and get a high profitable break. Definitely a world of trouble there on the left side of the ball, kind of a arcing wall over there. Some nice hiding spots there. Have a shot to nothing on this red in the middle of the 3 by the blue, or by the pink, I should say. That's okay. Same kind of philosophy possibly could have been with that other red that's just below the pink. The unfortunate part with that red is an in-off is definitely a threat. So good little safety exchange here. Tim trailing by 25 points. Hasn't really gifted the chance. So now some more reds are coming open and Hussein's able to get in. Oh, this could be trouble for Mr. Lee. It's going to use the rest, but these 6x12 tables, at some point, no matter how tall you are, you're going to need to use the rest. Pretty sure the great Los Angeles Laker basketball player Wilt Chamberlain, if he ever picked up a cue, probably would have to use the rest. Maybe not more often, or as often as a Muggsy Bogues. You guys get my basketball references. You got to be proficient with all those tools. The rest, the spider, even the swan can pay a visit to the table sometimes. Great opportunity for Hussein to increase his lead and potential winning frame. So just pointing out that it's not going to go on the spot. Tim agrees with Hussein. Good idea when we don't have referees at the table. You know, you trust the referee's judgment there, but when these players are self-refereeing, you just got to show your opponent every angle there so they're not second guessing. Let's hit it with pace to get back for the red, and that's just made that pink that much more difficult going into these very difficult middle pockets. Oh, that's a nice double, and he's nicely on the pink. It's going to help out Mr. Lee's confidence. Although these reds are rather safe, I think just put all your concentration on this pink. Really tough to develop a red. Maybe a thin cut on that red closest to the middle. Well played there. Just make sure of that pink. Well, there's 40 points in it, and there's 43 on the table. So Hussein just needs a red to put us into the snooker's required stage. Yeah, if Tim is going to take a red, he's needs to get a color afterwards. I'll raise the hand of the fluke there. He's got a snooker, but he needs another one. But he got it. He got it early. But the yellow's pretty safe. He needs that. $35 in it and 35 on the table. So he needs red and black and to clear the colors. Obviously, to do it in one visit to the table would be fantastic. Would it be an amazing feat if he was able to do it? I think it would be the break of the tournament so far. Well, that red and pink is definitely going to seal this match for Hassan, is when it's more than 3 snookers on the colors. It's an automatic concession, but okay, there's the handshakes, and that concludes that match. Usually more the etiquette is you let the player, run out a break when they're at the table. You don't want to concede when your opponent's in amongst it. Maybe when they miss, that's when you shake hands. But nevertheless, Hassani Al-Santani wins this match by 2 frames to none over Tim Lee. We're going to step aside for a few short moments, and I think we might even have maybe Andy Mclusky, reigning Seattle Snooker Open champion, on the table, or it could be Renat Denka, who won the Embassy Open here just a few months before this tournament. So stay tuned, everybody. We'll be right back with some great snooker action from this 2024 U.S. National Snooker Championship, live here at Embassy Billiards in San Gabriel, California. Welcome back, everybody, to this 2024 United States National Snooker Championship, live here at Embassy Billiards in San Gabriel, California. It's David Verney in the booth. We're glad that you're tuning in. It's day one of this championship. Got a fun match here. Seattle Open champion Andy Mclusky coming all the way from California's capital in Sacramento, taking on Michael Montegato. Should be a good matchup here. Don't know much about Michael, but definitely know Andy. He's a strong customer, that's for sure. He just recently came back from the Pan Am Championships in Montreal. Had a good showing there. Looks like Andy's won the toss and is electing to break off. So best of 3 round robin matches. This is both of these gentlemen's first match of the tournament. A little later in the afternoon here in Southern California. So they've had a chance to rather wake up a little bit. Obviously haven't had much action on the table. But sometimes we see those early morning matches in the early stages of a tournament that players take a little bit of time to get going. And Andy's left Michael with a long red. Great to hear the support out there in the chat. Definitely feel free to put your support for whichever player you're pulling for. Got any comments or questions? Let us know. Also, let us know where you're tuning in from. It'd be great to hear from all of you. It wasn't on purpose, but Andy will take it. Which he really isn't. I think he has a path through this pink to cut it into the right middle. Black's covered. Maybe the blue into the green, but that's definitely tricky. Always tricky with these best of 3 matches. They're quick sprints, so as much as you want to sometimes make a statement shot and fire in a long pot, it's tricky because if you get behind the 8 ball early, you could be in for a short afternoon. This kind of format definitely helps out the underdog. Take a look at cloudsnooker.com. That's where all the updated scoring is. We've got a large scoring tab underneath the 2024 U.S. National Snooker Championship tab. And there's also a result page that you can look up and see where your favorite player stands. As we're getting close to the climax of day 1. We only have a few more matches slated on the go. It's really beneficial when you have a beautiful club like Embassy with 9 snooker tables. It's really a good opportunity for Andy. Because we were ahead of the game, we gave the call out that said, Andy, you can get on the table. Made it over quite quickly, got into the room. Stephen Wong, owner-operator, her player in the tournament, co-tournament director, told him that he's up, and he raced to the table, got his couple minutes of practice. And here we are. As we all know, you don't really find your game at a championship like this. It's a battle of endurance for sure. This is where all the preparation, the hours upon hours of practice pays off. It's definitely a discipline. Solo practice can be a tricky thing to do sometimes. I think the best thing is to make it a bit creative when you're putting up your practice routines. And also give yourself some marks that you want to achieve. Now things are really opening up here. He's fortunate with that yellow. Red's unavailable to the green pocket. So things space out. Michael's gonna put together a good shot here. Obviously with that red near the green pocket, the elementary safe shot of just clipping off and running into bulk is out of the question. Screen's a little bit of a pain for the Irish-born, now American citizen. Actually, a few months ago, Andy was named the U.S. national coach. I think if you search out Andy Mclusky on YouTube, he's starting to put up some coaching videos on there. It's been a good season for him so far. As I mentioned, the winner of the Seattle Snooker Open back in June. Have to get another piece of hardware before the year's end. He might be in a bit of trouble here. Up that pink. If he misses it, he's going to be in a world of trouble. Sun with the black. Someone's electing to take on the green. Nice recovery shot there. Fortunately, that red by the right middle is blocking this other red that's close to the cue ball to go in that pocket, it looks like. Yes, there's a slight little path. Roll this yellow in. Get a position to be a nice angle onto this. Got the angle he wanted on that red, but unfortunately the yellow didn't drop. Hey, Ramil, thanks for tuning in. We're missing you, but the Arizona group is always a tough punch to deal with, definitely, for sure. Reigning champion Darren Taylor comes from Arizona, so the Dreadnoks are in the building, and they're taking no prisoners, that's for sure. So hopefully you're having fun in Scandinavia, Ramil. I think Ramil's club, feel free to do some advertising, Ramil. They'll be hosting a Q Tour stop at the Arizona Snooker Academy come mid-December. It's not every weekend, but there is definitely becoming a lot more opportunity in North America to play some competitive snooker. And the chances as well to progress. As I mentioned, the Q Tour stop in Arizona, that's a stepping stone to get onto the Pro Tour. Just recently we're in Montreal, where Canadian Sahil Nair achieved a childhood dream and has a 2-year card on the pro scene next year. It's been a long, long time since a Canadian has been on the tour. He'll join the American Ahmad Ali over there. As well, the great Brazilian player Fabiano won the senior side of the PAPS Open Championship there in Montreal recently, so he could join the ranks of Pele as a world champion in football, Ayrton Senna as a champion, world champion in motor racing, Igor Figueiredo, seniors world champion. Can Fabiano also be a seniors world champion? Certainly a great scene down in Brazil. It's great seeing all our friends there again in Montreal. Look forward to meeting up with them in just under a year's time, as it looks like the Great PAPSA Championship is scheduled to be in Northern California somewhere. So pay attention to papsa.org. And I think the following year we might be flying again south of the equator and heading back to Rio. Last year Darren Taylor made a great point. I believe it was him chatting with him. It's interesting, once you become friends in a snooker setting, you seem to be friends for life. And we've had our friends from Brazil tuning into this broadcast. Great to see them. Good friend John Talish, who's a wonderful, wonderful referee and an even better human being, lives down in Brazil. So Adair is wondering who I think is going to hoist that Tom Collins trophy come Monday evening. Well, the gentleman at the table right here, Andy Mclusky, definitely has a chance. But it was a tough plant, but with that red there, it's not as difficult, and he's just having a wry smile there. CCU is always in the running, coming from Washington State, strong player there. Darren Taylor, you can't really knock the past champion. As well, Stephen Wong, who Darren beat last year, is the 2022 champion. Jaya Pradhakar has won this event in the past. You know what? I think in our last match, I'm going to put it out there, much to maybe the chagrin of some people. But I have to say, I'm going to put a little bit of maybe money on Tom Laimoore. I really liked his match. Obviously, they went down to the black balls against Stephen Wong. Stephen Wong's a tough competitor, that's for sure. But day one, seeing how he handles himself around the table. Obviously, he did make some mistakes. Some shots both Darren Taylor and I, because we commentated on that, were a bit curious of it. But at the end of the day, he won the match, and that's what's important. So, yeah, don't hold me to it, but I'm looking at Tom. I'm thinking him. Obviously, my partner in crime, Christian Youngers, will have something to say about that. As Christian's in the tournament and at the table right now. If you want to find an update on his scoring, check out cloudsnooker.com. And I also think he is on the OBSA YouTube channel. Yeah, he just needed a little extra cue length there. He's got the mini butt. All the players have all the contraptions in their cue case, whether it be a mini butt or telescopic extension. At least I think I have a safe bet with Tom, as he's won 2 of his matches in the round robin. There's 3 matches in total they play, so with 2 wins, he's definitely going to be moving on to the knockout. So I'm not going to completely look like a fool. Good after there by Andy, just trying to get behind that black nice and tight. And he's got a slim 8-point lead. 51 on the table. Starting to get a little messy at this table. Black's pretty safe. Brown and blue off their spots, as well as green. Not a problem for either player that reds are now kind of getting up into the bulk end. Sometimes that's advantageous if a player has a commanding lead. Put those reds up table so their opponent has to make a, they do make a break, it's going to be with small valued colors. Hassani is definitely a good player as well. Renat Denka, where am I thinking? Not even to mention him. That's a strong player. He won the Embassy Open a few months ago. So he's always a threat. It's great to see that there is good talent here in the US of A. It makes it all the more exciting for us. There's no clear runaway here. There's no Yankee Ronnie O'Sullivan, running away with the tournament. So all 61 players definitely have a chance. We're actually past champion Sargon Isaac, a good friend. He couldn't make the trip down. Hope everything's all right, Sargon. Hopefully you can at least tune in. We're missing you. But sometimes life can get in the way a little bit. We're all amateurs, players, commentators, tournament directors, streaming producers. And with amateurs, we do it for the love. he's got a little bit of a result there, although Michael is able to hit this black, or red, that's by the black. And that might just be first frame, first match jitters there by Andy. It's his first match of the day. Usually makes those shots with the rest on his previous red. If you're like the underdog, you can find a little bit of form against these higher caliber of players. Can give great dividends. Randy. Well, we know Andy's seen all right because he's got his glasses. And that unfortunate accident at the Pan Am Champions a couple months ago in Brazil. He got everything packed. He's all ready to go. He's in the plane on the tarmac, ready to come to Canada. And he forgot his glasses. Panic set in as he flew. Probably was the worst flight he's had in his life. Luckily, when he landed, he reached out to his better half. She quickly got the glasses, ran down to the post office, expressed them at the highest possible speed, and Andy was able to get them the next day. Well, talking with Andy, we were in Quebec, and a lot of people coming from America, they know Quebec has a little bit of French, and it's in Canada, we're a bilingual country. And he was quite surprised that it was everywhere. He thought it might just be little pockets here and there, maybe a neighborhood here and there that speak Francais, but unfortunately he was mistaken. Luckily he could get by. There are a few people that do speak English in Quebec to make it helpful. However, 35 on the table is 29 apiece. This first frame, best of three match, group stage between Andy Mclusky and Michael Monado. Nice effort there by Michael, but he might be in a bit of trouble here. A little bit of that red. Hoping that Michael can hit it at least. Question is, where's this red going to end up and where's this cue ball going to end up? Got a nice flick on that brown with the red. It's like kind of another little poor shot there by Andy. But as we do so many times with these matches, they all come down to the colors. Tied at 29 apiece. It's anybody's frame. And always good to get that first frame on the board, especially in a best of three, as you're one frame away from victory. Well, the run out isn't as simple as those practice routines that these players practice night and day of putting all the colors on the spots and running out. Actually, that's not the case here for Michael. He's going to have to cover a lot of area on this table to run out. The commentator's curse there. Maybe. Might be in a bit of trouble here. And he might be able to put his cue ball just behind that green. Great to see a good audience here at day one. Everyone just glued to all 8 tables in action. Mid-range shot here for Andy. Don't think he's going to refuse it. Ooh, he's playing it with an element of save to 3 cushion. We've seen that a few times today. Unfortunately, at the pace and hitting that horn just brought it back into the bulk area. It's a nice shot there by Michael. Gave it a bit of pace. If he just tried to gently roll that green in and it hit one of the horns, it could have really rattled in the jaws and left Andy with an easy starter. It's been an edgy first frame, that's for sure. No clear really runaway. Very thin, but he could have been okay. Give Andy some time. He's going to soon find the speed of the table. Maybe he's just struggling just a little bit. He's going to be nice behind the black there. This is a thin cut for the green into its own pocket if he elects to take it on. And what a shot that was. What about this cue ball? No, it's going to avoid the middle pocket and it's bounced out to be on the brown. He's this in the blue. Where's frame ball? Oh, how about a result there? It's this hand to apologize for the fluke. This pink definitely to make sure of it. If it doesn't go, I think Andy might be coming back to the table. So, Andy just coming over to take a look at the scoreboard. Fortunately, we don't have referees and scorekeepers at this stage. He's not happy with that first effort. It's going to be a tough snooker to get, but at least make it somewhat safe. It's a difficult pot. Definitely has got some distance. But this for frame one. Yeah, Michael wants to get this frame done and dusted sooner than later. He's giving Andy a chance. Clip off the right side of this pink and get nicely behind that black. Have it. Obviously, when you need a couple of snookers, you need almost 5 or 6. This might be something here. So close. Just struggling a little bit with the pace of the table. Andy is. It's always tough, the unpredictability of a match of snooker. You don't know about time frames and the such. So obviously Andy had a certain time that he was scheduled for, but then he got the call that we're ready for you. But hopefully he wasn't too rushed. I think it's sometimes nice to get in a little bit before your match, get acclimatized to the room. But with the roll on, roll off philosophy, sometimes, you know, you get a black over a corner pockets and a few reds surrounding it. You could be in for quite a while. Shot Michael would like to have back. Great chance for him to get this first frame on the board for him. I'm almost of the mind to just slowly roll this pink near or into the bottom of the yellow pocket. I don't know. Miss so much. You're gonna give Andy a chance at some point. Maybe a little deceleration going through that shot. Love for that to run a little bit more, but still, Andy will live to see another day. What's that? Oh, that's a big in off there. He's gifted him 6 points, so Andy's got one trick, just needs one more. That's what happens when you don't kill off the frame quickly. Pressure starts to sink in, and in and offs are always a possibility. So 49 to 35. 14 in it and 13 on the table. Boy, would this be deflating for Michael if he's to lose this first frame. He's definitely had opportunities to get the pink in and be home. Well, that backhand starts to tremble a little bit. there's a pathway, but not a bad idea. You know, when your opponent needs snookers, it's always good to put them in a snooker. Might be our longest frame of the day so far on our TV table here. Andy doesn't mind it to go on some more. Michael would like to get this one done and dusted and move us on to the second frame. Interesting how this plays out as Andy's getting a lot more time on this table. I'm not familiar with Michael's background, but no, Andy's a strong player, and he's just been struggling a little bit with the speed of the table in this first frame. But as this frame goes on, he's just at the table a bit more, finally tuning himself, hopefully to realize the certain speeds and bounces off the various cushions. Yeah, it's always a little difficult when you're the prey, as Andy's the predator here. Looks good here. Ooh, maybe just a bit too much pace. Well, he actually he's looking good. Yes, Andy's got the snooker here. Is he going to try and swerve around? This is definitely dangerous. And he's missed it. And he's back in the frame. And he has the chance of putting his opponent back in or play from there. Obviously, no easy pot there. So that hard work, that grit, determination of the Irish-born, now American living Andy Mclusky has paid off. Now he still needs to get the pink and the black to take the frame, but it's on now. Neither player needs a snooker, so He's got a saving grace that Michael has to cue over the black ball here. Hitting on top of the ball. Got to be completely accurate. Doesn't want to put any unwanted side. Just makes that pot good to just make contact and hopefully bring it safe. Just popped out with that long battle that he needed to get the safety. The snooker as he found out the pace of the table. Oh, this is going to be colossal damage here for Michael. This black for the first frame. It's been a long one, a battle. Andy was up against it. Michael looked like he was a clean favorite. Had a few pinks to bury the frame, but Andy battled hard. He was gifted in and off, but then he got a snooker. Black for the frame. Wow, it's there. What a snatch, what a steal. Andy Mclusky takes frame 1, and we'll be right back with frame 2. Can Michael rebound and force us into a decider? Only time will tell. And welcome back, everybody, to frame 2 of this round-robin match. It's a best-of-3 with Andy Mclusky taking on Michael Monado. And I've got the distinct pleasure of welcoming Mark Wilson into the booth. How you doing, Mark?
I'm doing superb. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic.
What a long, drawn-out frame that last one was.
Hey.
Incredible, incredible frame.
Andy doesn't mind the length. Obviously, Michael's got to think like a goldfish and blanket it from the memory banks. He's got a nice spread to start off, so let's see what he can do. So we know you haven't played a match today, Mark. Are you just gonna itchy cue hand, I guess they say, not trigger finger, but
Rapid fire tomorrow for sure. Yes, excited to get on the table. Finally get some table time. Just looking around today, it's a unique experience. Getting to see everybody, every match. Been here since 9 o'clock this morning. So we're seeing pretty much the whole pool here at some point or another. And a lot of close games this afternoon.
There's some have gone to decider, some haven't. Obviously, Stephen Wong, 2022 champion, was battling Tom Laimoore, and they went to 2 black ball finishes. I don't know if you're listening to the last frame. It was quite a long one, but someone was baiting me into taking a pick of who is going to win this. And of course I said Mark Wilson. That's just the proper thing to do.
Well, I'll try not to let you down.
Okay. But I feel Tom might be the dark horse of this tournament.
It's a good shot there. Yeah, a lot of the a lot of close games on the black ball. So the 2-0 scorelines don't really reflect the true atmosphere of the playing conditions, and the games are a lot more tight than the scoreline might assume.
Yeah, you can see all the results of all the matches on cloudsnooker.com. It's cloudsnooker.com, so
Was that cloudsnooker.com?
That is.
Cloudsnooker.com, there you have it.
That's where you'll find some results, and I think you'll find results from the match, and you'll be able to see Mark's correct saying that they were pretty close, as much as there was 2-0 victories. As we witnessed with Steven and Tom, it could have gone either way because it went right down to the black, those 2 frames.
Yeah, as you rightly say, Tom, great player. Really showcased early on some of his snooker ability, and a true dark horse, and I think will come back tomorrow fresh and with a little pep in his step, having beat Steven.
Yeah, definitely when you get 2 matches won in a group of 4, definitely punched your card into the knockout phase of the tournament, but you'd like to be the higher seed, so I'm pretty sure Tom would like to go undefeated. And this could be our final match of the day here on our TV table. We'll definitely have to check in with the tournament organizers, obviously at the conclusion of this match, but do be aware that we'll be coming back live on the air at 9 a.m. It's 9 a.m. Pacific time. We're out here just outside of Los Angeles in San Gabriel at Embassy Billiards. We've got many platforms. We've got the PAPSA YouTube channel, Ox Billiards' YouTube channel, and the San Gabriel Embassy Billiards Club channel, all tuned into this one. There's some additional footage on the San Gabriel Embassy Billiards Club channel. They've got 2, maybe actually just 1 match going, as I see our other TV table is now finished. And our good friend Rob Richards over there at the OBSA back in Canada is commentating on a match, looks like between Christian Youngers, our streaming producer, and a new face. Actually, I don't know who this gentleman is. Probably if I quickly grabbed the app and went on cloudsnooker.com, we'll be able to find out who he's playing. But right now we're featured on Andy Mclusky and Michael Managato. So Christian, just an update, is playing 10. Yurisovich. It's the first time I've seen Tan. Glad that he came out. Hopefully, with this actually quite surprisingly swiftly moving day 1. A lot of the time in the beginning stages of these tournaments, there's so many players and so many matches to get through. We do have a big day ahead of us. But this day has been quite comfortable. I know Mark beside me is itching to get to play. But,
it's not very often the first day concludes before tea time. Or bedtime if you're in the rest of the world.
Tea time, is that a Mr. T reference?
It is not. It could be. I'm sure I'll get the comment section talking here. You're going to have to explain to me what that one is. No shame.
Well, as a cinephile, I am self-proclaimed cinephile, lover of cinema and just anything that's around the film world. I remember reading a story once with a famed, actually Canadian, but now lives here in the Los Angeles area, James Cameron. He was over, I think, at Pine. It's a little fluke there by Andy. But James Cameron was shooting Aliens over at Pinewood Studios, I believe. So they're going about the day. 4 o'clock comes along. The stage door goes up. And this little old lady comes in, rolling her cart with tea. Everyone's for tea. And James Cameron, obviously not familiar with this British tradition, blew a gasket. Couldn't believe what's going on. Said a few 4-point words, shall we say, because he's trying to make a film.
Imagine.
And to get interrupted by tea.
No, if this were cricket, we would have a stop mid-game for tea. Fine tradition that is.
Do you know the origins of the tea?
In terms of nation, country?
Sure, just like how it goes back, like when did they decide, you know, to stop for tea at 4 o'clock in the afternoon and have biscuits or cookies?
You know, it's a great question. And I'm sure for any tea connoisseurs that are listening, they might be able to answer that question, but I'm not equipped with the answers, unfortunately. I can tell you one thing, though. I do like tea.
Well, all different countries have all their different quirks. Yeah, definitely a lot of people look at us pretty strange, us Canadians, when we mention poutine. Have you heard of that? Have you tried that, Mark?
Yeah, you know, is it cheese curds, gravy, and chips?
That's correct.
What's not to like about that? In fact, with tea time right around the corner, I might have some of that tonight.
Poutine or tea? Or both?
Yeah, for sure. Both. Yeah, and I guess, as you say, different cultures have their own little quirks. Growing up, a cheesy chip with gravy was one of my go-to meals from the chip shop. So not too dissimilar from poutine, other than the language in which it's...
True. And I guess, you know, not to correct me if I'm wrong, but in the football matches over in your native land, would there be much quote-unquote tailgating? Obviously, you're now living in Colorado. Are you familiar with this tailgating term?
Yes, and I have been blessed, and I've experienced quite a few tailgate parties and great events, very, very social, but not so much. In the UK, it's you go to your sporting event, you have your tailgating in a bar, a pub, okay, on the bus maybe on your way to the match.
Okay. Because pretty much in America, it's out in the parking lot just outside the stadium.
That's right. Yes, it's a great social experiment. I want to talk about food. I forgot there was a snooker match on here. But Andy has himself trailing by 18. And Michael's looking, he's looking good here. With these short format, first to 3 frames. That positive self-talk, you gotta be really optimistic and believe at 1-0 down, you're not out of the game just yet.
Yeah, more often than not, when we see players lose that first frame in this best of 3, they do come back out of the gates fighting in the second one. If you're leading in the match, you got to tame that dragon. Know that you only need 1 frame to win the match, but that's always the toughest one to get.
Indeed. And there's not really too much to go for here. Depending on how confident he feels, maybe a thin cut into the middle. The key ball heading towards the yellow pocket. I'm not too sure I'd be taking that option.
So coming originally from Northern Ireland, Mark, what got you into this game of snooker?
What originally got me into snooker was my dad used to take me to his work social club, and I would sit and watch him play for, you know, hours. I eventually get to the point where I'd be tall enough to get on the table and give it a shot, you know. And it's an integral part of your life, you know, when you put a really great shot there, and he's managed to stay away from the yellow pocket there just by putting a dead weight. When you fall in love with snooker, you never fall out of love with it. It's something that's a part of your life for forever. and moving to the US, you know, for three years, it was a 2-hour jump to Chicago just to find a table to play.
Wow.
You know, so every Saturday I would head down there and play at Chris's Billiards in Chicago.
When you first came over, were you living in Illinois?
I was living in Wisconsin, so
Wisconsin.
crossing state lines.
Wow.
Hmm.
Sure, I think way back, maybe in Al Capone's day, Chicago had multiple amount of rooms,
Oh, I'm sure.
many tables. Maybe a majority of them, but in the small tables. But I'm pretty sure they had a hefty number of snooker tables.
Yeah, and there was a time there doing my own research, trying to find places to play where just it seemed snooker was just so hard to find, and now you've seen just this massive explosion where snooker has really come to life again, and it's really great to see. And in Colorado, we actually have a table. I say we. I have the ability to play snooker in Colorado now at the Rec Room Underground in Westminster, just 30 minutes north of Denver. So it's not quite a 2-hour drive, and it's a nice table and nice owner there, Rob.
And they've just got the one snooker table?
And they just got the 1-star snooker table and 20+ pool tables, and it's a great location. So
Was there a plan for expansion, getting more snooker tables in Colorado?
You know, more is always better, isn't it? And there's always that talk of expanding playing ability in your club, and I've talked with the owner on a number of occasions, and he wants to bring in another star snooker table, and I think that'll take time, but you know, that's the plan. Maybe in the near future have some invitational tournaments.
Well, be nice to get into the Rocky Mountain State. Maybe in a few years' time they could host this wonderful championship.
Wouldn't that just be wonderful?
As Embassy Billiards has hosted the U.S. national tournaments in back-to-back years. Hasn't been for a while. It seems like they were doing a good job of jumping it around.
Yeah, I think to receive the honor of holding the tournament back-to-back years, you gotta be doing something really good, something really right. And our wonderful host and former champion Stephen Wong has been a great host, as he was last year.
Just came up a little bit short against Darren Taylor, and I wonder, you know, we always say Steven's probably got home field advantage because these are his tables. He probably knows them in and out. But there always might be that little flicker in the back of your head of like someone wondering where the washroom is or what their start time is, and 'cause they just go by default. Whereas Steven has proudly explained that he's just a player as well. He's not the tournament director, but force of habit, sometimes people just ask the man in charge where everything is.
And that's right. If he's not busy playing, he's busy answering questions.
It is nice that he has definitely a lovely staff here. Always very accommodating to all of us that travel from out of town.
Yeah, so Michael just in a bit of trouble here. So Ronnie's going to put him back in where he came from.
in this part of the tournament, there's 4 attempts, 3 putbacks on foul and a miss. Obviously, unless we're in the snooker's required stage. At that point, the player has to earn those points back by landing a bunch of snookers. And as well, when we're on to the colors, if there's more than 3 snookers required, it's an automatic concession.
No, it's a fortunate shot there, not the red he intended to play for, I think, but not a terrible outcome. He left Annie with a bit of a tester here. We'll see how his cueing is. I think he's just off straight here, so he can.
So just 20 points in it. $75 on the table, so lots of snooker still to go in this second frame. Michael definitely wants to put us into a decider. Wow.
What a great shot that was.
That was a great pot. Beautifully on the black. That shot and Stephen Wong's brown in his match. Both those very impressive shots.
I would have been just trying to play between the gap and the 2 banks of reds there and try and drop one of them reds into the bottom right corner, but he still has that one. A lot further away from it than he intended to be.
Dare is asking you, Mark, do you have a list of who you think could lift the Tom Collins Trophy on Championship Monday night?
I don't have one written down, but I've got a list at the top of my head. I think it has to be said. Current champion Darren Taylor is my favorite. I've been watching him play today, and although he looks a little bit rusty, still got some signs of class from last season. And of course, Stephen Wong will be up there. And young Tom, yes, is the dark horse, as Dave said.
You can't count out Renat Danka. What about your homeboy, Double D, Dave Daly?
Dave Daly, he just got playing his first match there. Lost 2-1 to Mark Ziegler, a relative unknown.
That's not good, because Dave was up in that match, took the first frame. So they were in the private room here at Embassy. We've got 8 great tables in the open here, alongside some Chinese 8-ball and 8-ball tables. But Stephen also has equipped the room with a nice private room with 1 snooker table.
Yeah, and you can never really, a lot of the first time players, you know, there's a lot of unknowns about their game, and anybody on their day can show up and knock in a nice little break and put the cold on you, you know. Freeze you out.
Yeah, we've seen it a lot in the past couple of years. Well, the last 2 World Championships, Ronnie O'Sullivan, probably arguably the best player to pick up a cue, but hasn't come away with the World Championship in the past 2 years.
Looking around here, and there's a lot of games on that you can't see. And there's some good players knocking in. Playing some fine snooker. You know, snooker, there's so much about the game that relies a lot more than your ability just to score heavy. It's your ability to play safe and choose the right shots and play under pressure. Putting your opponent under pressure.
Yeah, having that ability to quickly be offensive and then in a moment's notice flick on the defense. As you said, handling that pressure, that's for sure. I think Michael was feeling a little bit in that last frame when he missed a few relatively easy pings that he should have had to seal the frame, and just gave Andy a chance, and Andy made do and came back.
Yeah, he's flipped a switch here. He's got Andy a little concerned, I think. And that's a difficult shot down the rail, as they say in American pole, right?
I don't know, I'm quite foreign to the American ways. As much as I do a fair amount of commentary in America, I think some people think I am American, but I'm just like Alex Trebek, a Canadian amongst Yanks. It's interesting, when I was over in Sheffield last year, I was able to get into the press room as I take some photos of the event, and talking to a lot of the guys in there, they're amazed by all the people that they thought were American, like Alex Trebek, Michael J. Fox, Leslie Nielsen, Donald Sutherland.
Ryan Reynolds.
Ryan Reynolds, there you go. To be more of time. Which is a big question that I usually ask a lot of my guests that come in. Mark, I haven't had the chance to ask you. No pressure on this one. You can just go with whatever your gut feels. And even if you know these two gentlemen, wow, great pot there.
It's an excellent pot.
Who wins in a snooker match? Lee Marvin or Jack Palance? Both 2 American actors. Familiar with these gentlemen?
I'm not.
Okay.
Maybe I can put a face to a movie.
All right. City Slickers, do you remember that movie? So that was where Jack Palance won the Oscar and did the one-arm push-up.
Okay.
Lee Marvin got his Oscar in Cat Ballou. It's a rather older film. There have been some pictures that have surfaced of Lee Marvin playing pool at the Playboy Mansion, which actually we're pretty close to here in Southern California. So if we get done early today,
Not too far away, we can take the van down there and see what it has to offer.
True. And actually, Jack Palance was in a movie called Kill a Dragon, and there's a pool scene in there. So I think both of them know how to hold a cue. How proficient they are in snooker, I do not know. That's why it's just a fun little game to play.
Well, based on the name alone, I would have to say Jack Palance.
Okay.
Lee Marvin. Jack Palance.
It's funny, when I was at the Pan Am, I asked two gentlemen there, I'm like, who do you think wins this one? One guy said Jack Palance, the other said Laimoore. Right now in the second frame, and he would like to this one done and dusted, make him sleep a little bit easier. But he's trailing by 19 points.
Yeah.
Michael just had to head off for a quick little comfort break. Obviously, it's not usually kosher to walk away from the table when a frame is on, but you know, when nature calls, you know, you gotta go and you gotta go.
Yes, I'm with Andy in a pretty similar position at this moment in time to the last frame. You can't count how many just yet. He's tenacious and he will fight and has the ability to, as we've seen in the last frame, go the distance.
Yep. The great New York Yankee Yogi Berra said, "It ain't over till it's over." Been a mistake there. Could be reaching for the keys for the DeLorean to go back in time.
Yes, and if you're familiar with Michael J. Fox, you will be familiar with that maybe reference from our Yeah, I think that's fair to say, but I wouldn't hold my feet to the fire on that one.
Yeah, I'd add this gentleman to the list, Andy Mclusky. Obviously, Renat Danka, reigning Embassy Open champion. Even Jaya Pradhakar, who is the head of the United States Snooker Association. He does a wonderful job. Obviously, he's got a lot of things running in his head when these tournaments are on, but when he gets on the table, he's able to block it out and produce the goods. So he has won the tournament before, so he knows what it takes to go to the distance. Hasn't been it for a while, but maybe we'll revisit it once we get to the knockout phase. We have the 32 players set. It's true. There, you always got to look out for your brother. He's a good choice as well. So just a 5-point difference here with Michael Monagato. 35 on the table, so I think as most of the time these matches, they always go down to the colors. I don't know if you need any advice, Mark. You're a strong player, but I think that's a good philosophy. Just get to the colors. At least you have a chance then. But you'll probably be blazing ahead. You won't even need them. You have your opponents crying in the corner.
I'm sure with any luck. Thank you for your contribution to the comment section, Hader. It's been a pleasure.
Hopefully we can come up and see you soon in Sacramento. I hear there's quite a buzzing scene up there. There's a room with 10 snooker tables.
Oh, and he's just flipped the pink in the most unconventional and undesirable way. Kicked it into the yellow pocket. Snooker club with 10 snooker tables. Sounds like a great place for a tournament.
Mm-hmm. Lots of space here in North America.
Yes, how many square feet is America? Do you know?
Are we counting Alaska and Hawaii as well?
You have to.
Just the lower 48, but no, there's lots of space.
Or for, you know, those of you who use the metric system, square meters.
Well, there's only 3 countries in the world that use the imperial system.
Is that so?
Mm-hmm. Now in Northern Ireland, do they use stone as well?
They do.
Right.
And I'm many stones. Now, growing up, if I was playing football and lost some weight or whatever, I'd tell my dad I lost a stone. And he'd say, well, did it fall out of your shoe? And I said, no. I lost quite a few pounds.
So a result of that foul was a free ball. That's why Andy was taking on the brown there. He is not colorblind. The things that you do have to state at the beginning of the match if you are colorblind is usually the mix-up with the red and the browns. You can ask a referee, or in this case your opponent, if that is a red or a brown.
And he's found the pace of the table really well here late on in the second frame. And he's played a inch perfect shot there from that last red. And now he's in prime position to take on the colors and play it on the yellow off the yellow.
True, it did look like he was struggling just a little bit with the pace of the table. It was his first match. I think he might have been a little bit rushed coming in. Wasn't able to get in the table and just kind of get his bearings. They were like, you're up on the table, get in there, Andy, let's go. But it's calmed his nerves. A gritty first frame that he just pulled out a great victory there. And now he's finding the flow. He's like a conductor with his baton, making the woodwinds and the horns all sound in symphony. So this will conclude our broadcast today, everybody. We really appreciate you tuning in here on the PAPSA YouTube channel. It's been a lot of fun, and we got another great day of action coming up tomorrow. Just going to calibrate the scores for themselves, for us, for you at home. We'll just see what the result is, because it's tough there. That's definitely a more than 3 snookers required, so that's an automatic concession. So I think Michael should be coming back to the table. Unless my arithmetic is off, 13 points, that's 49.
Oh, yeah.
But that pink and going in, they shake hands there. So that concludes day 1 of the 2024 U.S. National Snooker Championship. Mark, thanks very much for joining us to finish off the day. Hopefully you can get a good night's sleep, because you're going to be battling hard. You're going to have 3 matches tomorrow, is it? Or
2.
No, 2. Yes, you're in one of those elusive groups of 3. So 2 victories, all you need to punch your card into knockout.
Sounds easy, right?
Everything is easy. I never miss a shot in the commentary booth. So thanks for all your insights and your great canter in the box. We appreciate everybody tuning in. Come back and see us tomorrow. We'll be on the PAPSA YouTube channel, as well as San Gabriel Embassy Billiards Club and the Ox Billiards YouTube page at 9 a.m. As well, our friend Rob Richards over there on the OBSA channel will be streaming an exciting match. And do pay us a visit at cloudsnooker.com. That's where all the results are. You can see where your favorite player stands at the end of day one. And get home safe, everybody. Enjoy your evening. And once again, we'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. here at the 2024 U.S. National Snooker Championship, live from Embassy Billiards in San Gabriel, California. It's David Burney saying good night, everybody. Take care.
It's not too often you get to feel these feelings, you know what I mean? Of competitive. For sure. Where are you from yourself? Chicago. Oh, nice. Yeah.
So there's a bunch of guys up here from Chicago. We've got a couple of them.
Right.
Play out of Tom's place. Montana.
Yeah, he's a couple of star tables, isn't he?
Pardon me?
He's a couple of star tables?
He's got 2 third tables, and then and I don't even know what the other ones. It might be a Riley. I'm not sure. They play good.
Yeah. There's others in Chicago. There's not too many places in the center of the country.
No, I mean, in the city there's some tables, but we're traveling. There's really not a lot.
Yeah. Did you get in last night or yesterday?
I played a frame at Zhao, and that was it.
Yeah. The first time I played, I didn't even see you over here a couple of months ago.
How did you do?
I lost the water final.
Oh, that's awesome.
But it felt heavy, the conditions. Feels like a rash over here or something.
Could be. Yeah, I mean, I think the table played well.
Yeah.
I was hoping to get to a decider with you on that one.
Yeah, a long way to go through though, you know, like with all the other games.
Yeah, so I got two tomorrow. I don't play anymore today.
Yeah, same as we said, you know, with the 2 guys that are playing over here. Yeah. We'll all have a chance in there to get out, you know.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I want to see you in the knockout rounds.
We'll split the money in the final.
Make sure to finish the.
But where's the black cube?
Oh, I didn't bring it outside. You know, I'm gonna go back to woods because I was playing with it earlier.
Oh yeah. How's all of yourself been at?
Yeah, I just learned with it more, right? So I'm more used to it. I gotta play. I don't like the feel of the butt of the black cube. I need to get a different butt. Oh, really? And it'll play better. It feels very hollow.
Do you find it plays nice?
It plays nice, yeah. The tip and everything, the strap is nice, but I think I need a different pace. That's what I think. I'm gonna mess with it, try to place, but
Yeah.
we'll try.
It's hard to know if it's going to be future, you know.
Right. Well, yeah.
It is.
I think it is, but I don't know if there's any objective truth to it or not.
Yeah.